Hello, race fans. Welcome to another exciting, fun-filled evening of racing here at Antioch Speedway. Welcome to those of you on Facebook Live. We are live on Facebook right now, letting you know what's happening. And if you want to see all of tonight's racing action, you got to swing on over to AntiochSpeedway.tv and subscribe for tonight's action. Or unless you want to be here in the house, which is even better. I mean, how could you go wrong being at the racetrack? A beautiful Saturday here in Antioch, California. Warm temperatures. And some great racing in store with the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds. The Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks are in the house, as well as the Super Stocks making their season debut. Mike Welko, we talked to him on the pre-race show. He's out here in his Super Stock in that 13.8. Saw Chad Hammer. He's out there in the 94 car, bringing it around. Nice to have these folks back, the Hammers, the Welkos, great families. Help out around here as well. I'll say thanks to them. Hey, don't forget, we got Raceho going to kick off when Hot Laps happen. If you don't have your Raceho card here on site, you have to be here to win. You got to be here to play. But get your Raceho card down at the souvenir stand. That's right, I said souvenir stand. The souvenir stand, after a couple years off with COVID, is back open tonight for the first time in the 2022 season. You can head down and get hats, T-shirts. You can have some driver stuff down there, and that's also where you get your program for tonight. It is $5, but it includes 2 Raceho cards. That's right, not just 1, but 2. And you can win Raceho here tonight. We got some giveaways from the racetrack. Got some food we're giving away. Got some awesome Antioch Speedway hats we're going to give away. Some T-shirts are in the bag over here. We also have some Delta Bowl tickets we'll be giving away as well. So depending on how many winners we have and how much stuff we give away tonight. But you can't win. I guarantee you won't win if you don't play. And the only way to play is to buy yourself a program with a couple of those tickets. And I think you can buy some extra tickets if you want as well. So that's coming up here in just a little bit. Right now we got the Hobby Stocks and the Super Stocks out there doing their mud packing. A beautiful night for racing here at Antioch Speedway. Thanks for tuning in on Antioch Speedway TV, Antioch Speedway Live right now on Facebook. That is we'll be going for a little bit before you're going to have to go over to Antioch Speedway TV to watch everything. So the IMCA Modifieds right now, we have 13 entries in the house. We've got 23 entries for the IMCA Sports Northern Sports Modifieds, 18 entries for the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks, and 4 entries for the Super Stocks here for tonight's racing action. I'm going to head out and I'm going to talk to a few people out in the stands. At Antioch Speedway on this beautiful Saturday. If you're here in the house or if you're going to come at a future time, you bring an FM radio with you. We do broadcast on 93.1 on the FM dial. You listen in, a little easier to hear. As one group rolling off, the next group getting ready to roll on for mud packing. Starting something new here tonight. Get Kevin to swing the camera around here. Nathan, come on down. Nathan Hammer, how you doing?
Good.
Say hi to everybody on TV land.
Hi.
So we've had him out on the racetrack in your cart. It's an outlaw car, right?
Yes, it's a goat cart.
So, and you just finished up your season. How'd your season go?
Not as we expected. We could have done better, but I did the best I could. So.
That's all you can ask, right?
Yeah.
You had a flip this year, didn't you?
Yeah.
And what happened there?
Well, the car behind me kind of pushed me a little bit, and then we just really got into each other, and then we flipped. So.
Yeah, as I say, I saw some video and some pictures of that. You're cartwheeling through the air.
It was fun, but the cart not so well.
Had a little work to do?
Yeah.
All right, so when's your season kick off again? Because you run in the winter months, right?
Yeah.
And so when's that kick off again? October, November, something like that?
Yes, I think. I'm not sure.
You going to stay in the same division you were in this year?
I think. Hopefully we can move up to 250s.
All right, so tell everybody who your dad is.
My dad is the orange and blue 94H.
So Chad Hammer.
Yes.
And he's here tonight, hopefully going to take home the win, huh?
We hope.
I know he's tired.
Yes, very much.
He was working at his shop till 2 in the morning, he told me a little bit ago. So cool. Well, Nathan Hammer, good luck. Thanks for coming out.
Thank you.
Where's your mom at?
I think she's in the pits helping my dad with my sister.
All right, well, have fun. Nathan Hammer, part of the racing family here at Antioch Speedway. And quite the wheelman himself. One of these days we're going to see him out on the racetrack in a full-bodied car, right? You're going to see you out there. I'm going to kick your dad out of his car and take over the driving duties. And going to keep walking around, see who I can find as we're walking through. On this beautiful Saturday, getting ready for the IMCA Modifieds to roll out and show off their stuff for their mud packing. You know, it's real hard to mud pack. All right, I got a group of 4 people down here. Hi, how are you? Yeah? Do me a favor, stand up real quick and wave at the camera. Can you see them? They're important. I'm not important. All right, good. All right, what's your name?
Katie.
Katie, is this your first time here? You've been here before?
First time.
Awesome, welcome. And your name?
Kayla.
And have you been here before?
Yes.
All right, welcome. What's your name?
Jamie.
Jamie, thanks for coming. I assume you've been here before?
Yeah.
So you've seen me around and you know to stay away from me.
Yeah.
Because I carry a microphone, I'm dangerous. All right, so your first time here? So you got some great racing action in store tonight. You know that?
Really? What's coming up?
You got the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds. You got the hobby stocks, and you got the super stocks.
Nice.
Do you know anybody that's in the field?
No, I don't know anyone.
All right, so you get to choose your favorite driver tonight then.
Really?
Yeah. You can pick one and see by car, whoever the winner, however you want to do it. It's going to be a great time.
Sounds like fun.
All right, thanks for coming out. And I'm going to continue walking around and seeing who I can get. As looking back, we do have the IMCA Modifieds lining up, getting ready to go for their mud packing session. Racetrack looking pretty good right now. Should have a great night of racing as we are racing at Antioch Speedway tonight. I'm going to interrupt her. She's clicking on her phone. Hi, how are you?
I'm fine.
And what's your name?
Bobby.
Bobby, turn around and wave at the camera, will you?
No.
The Queen wave. Bobby, who's your favorite driver?
Jim Gracely.
James Gracely, okay. Are you related?
Yeah, I'm his mom.
That's a small relationship.
I love it.
Do you get nervous when he's out there running?
Heck yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I can imagine.
Anybody that doesn't, they're crazy.
Well, my first wife laughed when I crashed, so that was the reason why she was the first and not the last. Thanks for coming, Bobby. All right, I see a couple gentlemen down front here I'm going to talk to because they are always here. This is kind of their spot as we got Terry DiCarlo Jr. rolling out, leading the field. Gentlemen, how are we doing this evening? Oh, they're checking out the field. How you doing?
Oh, hanging in there.
All right, turn around and say hi to the camera. They want to see you. Right up there. Say hi. All right, so you got your race card ready. Are you ready?
Yep.
You going to win tonight?
I hope.
You hope? All right.
We've got to call the right numbers.
You've been coming here for a long time because I know I've seen you around here a long time. How long have you actually been coming to the Antioch Speedway?
Since the 60s.
From the 60s.
Yep.
So a year or two.
Yep, just a couple.
Have you ever done any driving or has it always been on this side?
No. My cousin drove.
Who was your cousin?
Dean Blinker Klein.
Dean Blickerklein. Okay, cool. So who's your favorite driver these days?
Well, I haven't really settled in on one. I just enjoy watching them all.
Enjoy watching them all and trying to win Raco.
Right.
And your name again?
Lucky.
All right, Lucky. Thanks for coming.
You're welcome. You have a good night.
Thanks, you too. Lucky, you can always spot him here right on the stairs. First step here. Let's keep rolling on around. See Trevor Clyman's over there. And the 2C talked to him on the pre-race show. He gave me some, actually, I forgot that. I got some stickers from him that I can hand out here later on. All right, I see glitter and dirt. I don't know. This is a dangerous family. I don't know. This might get me into. Good thing the FCC is not regulating me because this might get me in trouble. Hi, how are you?
I'm fine.
Tell everybody who you are.
Carolyn Garner.
And you got to turn around and wave. Carolyn Garner, of course. Do you admit your kids?
They're my kid. It's my kid.
That's your kid. He's out there. And all right, do you get nervous when Mark's running?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Do you get more nervous with the grandkids or just Mark?
All of them. Yep.
And how long have you been doing this? It's been just a year, maybe two.
How long have I been coming here?
How long have you been coming here? How long have you been a racing? Because I know your husband raced. How long have you been a racing mom, wife, racer?
Yeah.
11 years old.
Yep.
So that's only like 3 years.
Yep.
She's only 30 now.
So it hasn't been as long as I thought. Okay. So what's your favorite thing to do when you come to the racetrack?
Root for my kid.
Root for your kid. All right, good deal. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
And your name?
Teresa,
And what are you doing here?
watching Mark.
Watching Mark. Got the cool shirt on. I like that. Nice. Got the tattoo. So how long have you been coming to the racetrack?
1 year.
1 year. Okay. 1 year old?
No. A few years.
A few years. We'll just leave it at that. Okay. What's your favorite part about the racing?
Everything.
Do you get nervous?
Absolutely.
That's the hard part.
Yes, it is.
All right. Well, thanks for coming out. All right. As we continue around. Got Tricky Troy Folger in the 49 car going down the front straightaway right now. Got time for another one. Racetrack looking real good. Hi. All right, look at the camera. Say hi. All right, tell everybody your name.
Betty Allen.
Betty's been coming here as long as I've been coming here, at least.
Yeah.
Maybe a couple years more.
Huh?
Maybe a couple years longer.
Probably.
How long you been coming here?
As long as my nephew Jimmy Cooper.
So a minute or two.
Yeah.
Who's your favorite tonight?
I don't know. I used to like 57, Michael Cooper. But
Haven't seen him in a while.
no, he's got a big family now.
Yeah, I see him on Facebook. That's about the only place I see him.
Yeah.
All right, well, thanks for coming. Are you playing Raceau tonight?
No, not tonight.
Not tonight. All right, we're going to convince her to play Raceau, so thanks for coming. Good to see you. Just a few of the people here in the stands, folks. I see one more young man I want to come talk to before I head back up top. There's Mark Garner. He's waving it. The family. All right. How are you? What's your name?
Andre.
What's that?
Andre.
Nice to meet you. Turn around and say hi to the camera. So how long have you been coming to the racetrack?
This is my first time.
Oh, another first timer. Awesome. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Are you excited?
Yeah.
All right, these cars are fun to watch. You got to pick out your favorite driver tonight. Oh, man, that's cool. All right, good deal. Well, thanks for coming.
Oh, thank you.
We'll see you in a little bit. As we continue on, prepping the racetrack, it is a beautiful Saturday. How are you? All right, you said hi to me, and I have a microphone in my hand, and I'm live on the air, so you know what's going to happen now, right? You got to turn around and say hi to the camera first.
Hi, Kevin. Hi, Kevin.
Tell them your name.
Dee Dee Funk.
And what are you doing here?
Racing.
Causing trouble?
Always. Always.
Yeah, causing trouble.
Always, yeah. Yeah. I love it. I love racing. I love Antioch Speedway.
How long have you been coming here?
Oh, my God, since I was a baby.
So 19...
Scar Willie.
Boxcar wheel. Actually, I was going to say 2015. I was going to be nice.
No, 1971.
71. Youngster. We won't say how old Kevin is. 40? 40 years.
Oh, I love it here.
I know you're here all the time. Who's your favorite driver? Who are you rooting for tonight?
Jacob Mallet.
I was going to guess that because you kind of advertising.
And Troy Folger, too.
Tricky Troy can't go wrong there.
Yeah, right.
All right. Well, thanks for coming out.
All right, thank you.
A gorgeous night for racing. Thanks for coming out. If you don't have your Raceau tickets, folks, here in the house, head on down to the souvenir stand. Get your Raceau, your program. It's $5. You get 2 Raceau tickets with it. And it is going to be a great night of racing. I am excited. The track is looking absolutely gorgeous as we get set for the next group of cars to come out. We're going to start hot laps here momentarily, which means Raceau will kick off. If you're on YouTube, or excuse me, on Facebook Live, swing on over to AntiochSpeedway.tv if you're not here in the house and subscribe for all of tonight's action. Again, IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks, and the Super Stocks. It's going to be a great night of racing right here at Antioch Speedway. I'm Wiley Wade. Thanks for tuning in, and thanks all these great folks for coming out on this Saturday night. We're going live with some action on the track in just a couple minutes. All right, just to give you a heads up, folks. Coming up at intermission, I'm going to be giving away some free passes for the races. I got 5 free passes here I'll give out. So that's coming up at intermission. So be ready on that.
Are you ready? Hey, think you can tell us what to do? Do you think you can tell us what to wear? You think that you're better? Well, you better get ready. Bow to the masters. Bring it down.
Got our superstars.
Degenerate
on the
into
racetrack
something
under
fool. We just got tired of doing what you told us to do. That's a brace, boy. Yeah, that's a brace, little man. Break it down.
Behind him, it is Jim Freethy, our 2021 champion in the 99 car. Behind him, it's Mike Welko in the 13A. And Chad Hammer in the 94 car. Green flag underway. Super Sox making their 2021 debut here tonight at 2022 debut here tonight at Antioch Speedway. Watch it on Facebook Live. Make sure you head on over to Antioch Speedway TV, AntiochSpeedway.tv, and subscribe for all of tonight's racing action. As it is going to be a barn burner of a night with the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks, and these Super Stocks all in action tonight at Antioch Speedway. That's going to do it for our Super Stock Hot Laps. Got the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. Next out on the group, Jared Baugh down the front straightaway in that 07 car. Behind him, the 70S. Sandy F. of Jeff Betancourt. Been racing since 1996. Behind him, it is the 16 of Rocky Kajala. I talked to him on the pre-race show. If you haven't had a chance, go back and check that out on Antioch Speedway by Promotions on Facebook. Adam Kajala out of Concord, California. Then you go back to the 3JC. Of course, that is Jewel Crandall out of Antioch, California. Jewel, racing since 2020. Best finish this year so far, a 5th first night out. Judy Arth out there in a 74A, still getting used to the metric car, stepping out of the Camaro and into the metric car. They're hoping to be having a better run tonight than they've had the first couple times out. But a big change. First time George Arth has run a metric car. First one out for this next group, our winner. Back on March 12th, it is Misty Wellborn, opening day winner. Big time win. What a great way to start the season. Misty out of Castro Valley, California. Behind her, this 23 car. That is Jess Palladino. He is second-year hobby stock driver after winning a championship in 2020 in the mini stock division here at Antioch Speedway. Jess out of Brentwood, California. Finished the first 2 races of the year in 7th position, so very consistent right there. After discovering in the offseason that car had a lot of problems and they got them fixed, so much better now. 17T, that's Taylor DiCarlo. Finished 6th last time out, did Taylor. Taylor out of Martinez, California, been racing since 2005. Then we have the 11A. That is Charlie Bryant, ran strong last week for having to drop out. Racing since 1990. 71A of Michaela Taylor Fireball out of Oakley, California. Expect to see her in victory lane some point this year. She has been getting faster and faster every time. She had a rough first weekend back on March 12th. Finished 18th. She had no power steering. The 44G of James Gracely was out there out of Antioch, California. Talked to his mom a few minutes ago. He finished season high so far, 9th on opening weekend. Finished 17th last time out. After this group, we will draw our first 3 numbers for Raceau. In this group, the 225, Aiden Ponciano out of Oakley, California. Finished 15th on the opening weekend. Behind him, it's the 2021 champion, defending champion, and of course, Larry McKenzie. I almost said Larry DeMintz. Wow. Larry McKenzie out of Discovery Bay finished 13th last week, 8th first weekend. Not where he wants to start off the year in his title defense. 32 car, that is last week's winner, Ken Johns out of Antioch, California. Came out opening weekend, didn't even get to start the main, had troubles, got it fixed, came out, started third, or finished third last week in his heat race and won the main event. 24, Larry McKenzie having trouble on the back straightaway. 24, JR down the back straightaway. Shelby Asher out of Antioch, California, young lady, one of our young guns, finished 9th last week, her first top 10 of her career, after finishing 13th on the opening weekend. So while we're getting Larry McKenzie off, get your Raceau cards out. Let's draw some numbers. I will put the numbers up on Facebook. First number out, R13, R13, R13. Second number, A27, A27. And the third number, C40, C40. First 3 numbers will be out on Antioch Speedway by Promotions Facebook page momentarily. Shelby Asher out there making some laps for this hot lap session. Everyone else pulled off already. Young lady, first year in racing is Shelby. Okay, race numbers are up on Antioch Speedway by Promotions Facebook page. Getting ready for the next set to roll out. Looks like we got some IMCA Modifieds rolling out. Trevor Kleiman's the first one on the racetrack. Then we got Terry DiCarlo Jr. in the 17 JR out of Martinez, California. Trevor out of Brentwood. Then we got Tricky Troy Folger in the 49 car out of Oakley, California. Behind him, it's the 7 car of Sean Wilson out of Oakley, California. And then we fall back to the 29C of Aaron Crowell out of Oakley, California. A lot of Oakley drivers in this group. The 22L comes next. Out of Oroville, that's Chris Lewis in the 22L. Checkered flag is out for this group of the IMCA Modifieds. Have another group coming out here momentarily. IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks, and of course the Super Stocks all in the house tonight. Next, you're getting ready to roll off the 228 of Jeff Brown out of Oakley, California, the first one out. Hey, if you're going to get some beer, we got some nice cold beer down there. We got some Bud Light. We also have some Michelob Ultra and some. There's one more, and I'm drawing a blank on it. It is Sierra Pale Ale over there, the Firestone 805 and the Bud Light. Or what we have for our beer. And the beer garden is down in turn number 1, down in turn number 1 end of things. Lights out, going green flag for this hot lap session. So we had Jeff Brown behind him, Nick DiCarlo, winner. Back on opening weekend. Finished third weekend too. Kellen Chadwick, last week's winner, comes next. Then we have Terry DiCarlo Sr. in the 78P. Or excuse me, 78K, Kenneth Robles. U81 is Bobby Botts Jr. and 28K is Buddy Niss. Buddy looks like he's slow and going down the back straightaway. Yes, this hot lap session is over. Get your Race cards out. Let's draw 3 more numbers. Round and round it goes. Where it stops, nobody knows. A17, A17 is the next number out. A17. Next number, E57, E57. And then A18, A18. So 3 numbers, A17, E57, and A18. Next 3 numbers, they are up on Facebook. If you're falling behind, you can check it out right there. Got the modifieds out there. Or excuse me, sport modifieds out there. First one coming up off turn number 4. Looking at that car. That is, of course, the 325. Of Tyler Brown out of Oakley, California. Nice wrap on that car this year. Best finish of the year so far. A pair of 5ths to start off the year. Not a bad way to start the year. Behind him, it is the 29B of Jake Betancourt. Then we have the 52 of Jason Ryan Jr. out of Oakley, California. The 27Z of Nicholas Zapatero. Went back to his familiar number instead of the number 1 he was using the first couple of weeks. The 16 car is Matt Pitts out of Rodeo, California. And the 71A, Tommy Climans out of Oakley, California. 4th place finish opening weekend for Tommy in that car. Mark Garner talked to his mom earlier. First one out in the 76 car. 76A, Mark out of Antioch, California. Nice to have him out here. A pair of 6 to start off the season. On him, the 82 car of Joe Salvi. First time out for the year for Joe here at Antioch Speedway. Then we have the 3 car. Chuck Golden crashed in an unfamiliar number. Moved from the 112, now in the 3 car out of Pittsburgh, California. We got the 12 car, of course, past champion here at Antioch Speedway. The Iceman, Tommy Frazier. Tommy finished 20th opening weekend. Behind Tommy is the 5 car. Jeremy Hoff out of Copperopolis, California. Made my way up to Copperopolis a couple weeks ago, first time ever. That place is beautiful. I'm going to go back up there and stay one of these days. The 127 of Jacob Ballop Jr. What an impact he has made on this division. Stepped up from the hobby stocks and has just really taken well to these sport modifieds. Next group rolling out, it is Casey Keller. Always a danger to win when he's at the racetrack out of Tracy, California. Best finish on the year so far, back on the 19th. Finished 3rd. Behind him, we have the 97 of the Squirrel, Breach Rowan. Her 2nd year in the sport modifieds. Finished 14th on opening weekend. 28P, that's of course, Joseph Pato out of Oakley, California. Joseph finished 19th on opening weekend. Kid Smooth Andrew Pierce comes next in that 15P out of Oakley. He got a second place back on opening weekend in the Sport Modifieds. Fourth back on a 19. Couple top 5 finishes to kick off the year. And that was after the last time out. He had an incident in the heat laps, and they had to do a lot of repair on the right front of that car and able to come out and finish in the 4th spot. Then he got the 6th car of Dylan Conley out of Antioch, California. Dylan finished 12th back on opening day. And the last car out there, the 188 of Kenny Schrader out of Pacheco, California. First start of the year here at Antioch Speedway. Chester Niss in the 28 car. Comes out in the 28K. Chester out of Antioch, California, stepping into the Sport Modifieds for the 2022 season. Finished 3rd, first time out on opening day. Behind him, it is Fast Freddie Ryland, 2-time winner here this year so far in the Sport Modified ranks. Of course, also has a win in the IMCA stock car ranks here at Antioch Speedway. Not a bad way to start the year. He's got a first on opening weekend for the Sport Mod and the stock car. The second weekend, he finished first in the Sport Mod and second in the stock car. One car going slow up off turn number 4. That is the Nick Kaufman in the 32 car. Something wrong with Kaufman making his season debut. 2-car Kelly Campanelli out of San Ramon, California. Different looking car. One car getting slideways over there in turn number 4, going through the infield now. That is the 228. Getting ready to go racing here in just a couple minutes. I want to say thanks to Pacific Coast General Engineering, another proud sponsor here at Antioch Speedway. Also stepped up and became the title sponsor for the Hobby Stocks. Pacific Coast General Engineering, 925-252-0214. Pacific Coast General Engineering, 925-252-0214. General Plumbing Supply Company out in Brentwood, California. Their number, 925-634-6660. 925-634-6660. General Plumbing Supply Company, Brentwood, California. McCauley's Agricultural and Pest Services. They do lawn and tree care, weed spraying, and pest services. Their number is 925-634-1255. 925-634-1255. McCauley's Agricultural and Pest Services. O'Reilly Auto Parts, another proud sponsor here at Antioch Speedway. For all your auto part needs, head on over to O'Reilly's Auto Parts. Cocoa Farms. Gas up with Cocoa Farms. Check them out at enjoycocofarms.com. That's Cocoa Farms. enjoycocofarms.com. Delta Transmission, Delta Drivelines, another proud sponsor here at Antioch Speedway. They do foreign and domestic transmissions. They do standard, automatic, rear differentials, transfer cases, and they are located at 1105 Sunset Drive in Antioch, California. Their number is 925-754-1870. 925-754-1870. Delta Transmission, Delta Drivelines. C&J 5 Allure Trucking. For all your hauling needs, give C&J a call over there in Martinez, California. Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream. Folks, I am an absolute fan of ice cream. I am an ice cream connoisseur, as I say, and this is one of my favorite places in the whole wide world. Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream. They make it right in front of you. They roll it. They put the toppings on it. You can't beat it. And are located at 2581 Main Street in Oakley. Their number, 666-8915. And PolarBearIceCreamShop.com is their web address. Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream, 2581 Main Street in Oakley. You can't beat their ice cream, folks. It is fantabulous. For all your printing needs, check out Print Club right here in Antioch at 1913 Verne Roberts Circle. Their number is 925-754-8771. 925-754-8771. Print Club. Cresco Equipment Rentals of the Bay Area. For all your equipment rental needs, you got to check out Cresco. Their number is 800-573-1732. 800-573-1732. They're open Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 5 p.m., closed on the weekends. Cresco Equipment Rentals, for anything you could possibly need to rent, I guarantee they can get it or tell you where you can get it at. Cresco Equipment Rentals of the Bay Area. A beautiful night for racing here at Antioch Speedway. If you get a chance, go and you check out any of the sponsors for any of the race cars or racetrack. Make sure you say thank you for sponsoring racing. Without racing sponsors, this sport would not be able to survive. They are necessary, and you can help support the sponsors and let them know, hey, I'm supporting you because you support my favorite sport. So check them out.
Are you ready? Hey, think you can tell us what to do? You think you can tell us what to wear? You think that you're better? Well, you better get ready. Bow to the masters. Break it down. Degenerate into something fool. We just got tired of doing what you told us to do. That's a breaks, boy. Yeah, that's a breaks, little man. Break it down. Degeneration up. Degeneration. Think you can tell me what to do? Who you're talking to? Well, you better get used to the way the ball bounces. I see what you got, it measures in ounces. But that's a breaks, boy. Yeah, that's a breaks, little man. Break it down. Degeneration up. Degeneration. Think you're a big man? Treat you like you're a little man. Yeah. Break it down. Yo, tell me what it's like to be half a man. It must break your heart to see what I am, but that's a breaks, boy. Yeah, that's a breaks, little man. Break it down. Degeneration up.
We got next up now under the letter E.
Degeneration. Think you can tell me what to do?
Then we have 065, 065.
Know who you're talking to?
38.
Just stop wanting me to be someone else. Put it away like a book on a shelf that you can read, boy. Yeah, that you can read, little man.
Facebook, well, I got Facebook, you can run down. As the saying goes. Under the letter A, we have the number 13, A13. The letter R, we have R13, R13. Under the letter A, we have 17, 18, and 27.
Here comes up, ready or not. Here comes the boys for the sound.
Under the letter E, we have 49.
Ready or not. How you like me now? I say.
Again, all those numbers can be found on Antioch Speedway 5 Facebook page. getting set for racing action. Super Stocks coming out for their heat race. Lining up like this, Mike Welko, Kevin Start on the point. 2 is outside. Mike Welko out of Knightston, California. Then on his outside, Chad Hammer out of Antioch, California in a number 94 car. Row 2 looks like this, Joey Ridgway. Ridgway out of Brentwood, California. And Jim Freethy, our 2021 champion out of Danville, California. That is your lineup for the Super Stock. Heat race, first one of 2020 here at Antioch Speedway. Coming around, lights out, going green flag racing, first time by. Mike Welko in the 13A has control of the field. Bringing around, getting good to go zone. Green flag in the air. Welko on the high side. Ridgway on the low side. Get through turns 1 and 2. Welko gets a little bit loose, trying to cut down low in front of Ridgway. It works. He gets out in front. Ridgway had trouble getting up off the turn. Mike Welko pulling away. And talk to him about the change in tone on his exhaust. He still has a distinct exhaust sound in that 13A. Does Welko. Coming around, working the high side right now. This time for the leader. It is Mike Welko. It is Joey Ridgway. It is Jim Freethy and then Chad Hammer. Your running order right now. Welko with a comfortable lead right now. 2-3 car lengths coming up off turn number 4. Putting lap number 4 in the books. Halfway done, 4 down, 4 to go. Mike Welko with control of the field up off turn number 4. Joey Ridgway looking a little bit low that time, trying to get underneath and nothing doing. Jim Freethy trying to catch Joey right now. Right now they're just going nose to tail. Ridgway slides up high, opens up the door. Freethy and Ridgway get together. Ridgway has to catch it. He loses a bunch of ground, put Freethy up onto the point. 6 laps in, 2 to go. Magic green flag in the air. 2 to go this time. It is Mike Welko, Jim Freethy, Joey Ridgway, and Chad Hammer. White flag is out. Coming up off turn number 4 one more time around. 79.272 miles an hour. 17:03 on the stopwatch for Welko. Into turn number 3 they go. Checkered flag is out. Welko with the win. Freethy second, Ridgway third, and Chad Hammer's going to round out the top 4. Going to do it for heat race number 1 here tonight on this beautiful Saturday night for racing here at Antioch Speedway. Still got time to get out here. As we get set, going to check out 3 more numbers. Get your Raceho card out. Here we go. 3 more numbers for Raceho. Next number out under the letter R. It is the number 5. R, number 5. Then we have under the letter O, we have 063, 063. And our third number, A20, A20. So R5, 063, and A20, the next 3 numbers out. If you have Raceho, come on up. I got some prizes for you. As we get ready for the next group to come out, it will be hobby stock action next. Beautiful day for racing here at Antioch Speedway. Man, it's just a gorgeous day in Antioch, Northern California. If you haven't checked it out, check out our Website at www.antiochspeedway.com. Looks like I got a knock on the door. Let me see if I got my first winner. All right, Dee Dee's causing trouble. Antioch Speedway buy promotions on Facebook. You can get all the numbers. She's trying to win. All right, hobby stock action. Looking like this. He raced number 1, Charlie Brown out of Oakley, California in 11A. Starting on the front row, to his outside, it is Judy Arth in the 74-8 out of Concord, California. Row 2, last week's winner, Ken Johns out of Antioch, California in a 32 car. To his outside, the 2021 champion, Larry McKenzie in the 24M, who had to get pushed in during hot laps, had a problem with the car. Hopefully they got that fixed. Mitchell Dana in the 66 out of Sassoon, starting at the back of the pack. Jess Palladino out of Brentwood, scheduled to start in the 5th spot. He did not make the call. Not sure if there's a problem with the car, what happened, but the 23 car not out there. Coming around, green flag in the air. We're racing under the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. And I think Bob's going to reach for the red and yellow flag, meaning, he didn't like that start. So we're going to bring that one back. A little too good of a jump on that one. That's okay. As we've talked about, I talked out with Mike last couple times. He has been here that these guys, it is a game trying to do these starts and restarts, and you try to get away with some stuff. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. And that's okay. That's part of the racing. So lining up again, Charlie Bryant, Judy Arth, row 1, Ken Johns, Larry McKenzie, row 2, row 3. It is Mitchell Dana out of Sassoon, California. You get one boo-boo if you do it again, technically, or usually you get put back a row. Swap the front row with the second row. So hopefully they get it right this time. Is that lovely Lori Brown I see walking down there? Green flag in the air. Charlie Bryant on the point. Judy Arth has Ken Johns down on the low side. Now Larry McKenzie trying to work around Judy for that 3rd spot. Judy falls back to the 4th spot. Here comes Mitchell Dana. Summon a little burp in the engine coming into turn number 3. Dana pulling to the infield. 66 car with a problem. Charlie Bryant is our leader. 1 lap down, 7 to go in 8-lap heat race. Ken John gives Charlie Bryant a little love tap down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Look at that pretty slide job Charlie Bryant has all the way through 3 and 4. That car is set up well for the track conditions at the moment on the north end of the racetrack. North end and south end. North end is turns 3 and 4. South end is turns 1 and 2. If you're not familiar with Antioch Speedway. And the 2 ends of the racetrack are different radiuses. And they do drive different. Lap number 3 in the books. Charlie Bryant still has it. He's got a good battle going on behind him. Ken Johns and Larry McKenzie side by side through most of that last lap. Little hand signal with Ken Johns over to Larry McKenzie, that time down the back straightaway. That battle allowing our leader to pull away just a little bit, getting a little bit of breathing room with 4 down, 4 to go. Still side by side through turns 1 and 2. See Ken Johns just a sawing on that wheel in that 32 car. When the sun's hitting his hands, you can see it good. And another couple car lengths for Charlie Bryant, maybe a car length, going into turn number 1. Larry McKenzie now has an advantage as Ken Johns slipped up just a little bit in turn number 1, put the 24M into the 2nd spot. 2 to go this time. 75.8 miles an hour, 17.81 seconds. Charlie Bryant's just enjoying that new red car of his. Or at least new color. It's probably the same car. It was a black car last year. White flag in the air. One more time around for Charlie Bryant. Larry McKenzie not getting close enough to make a move. He's trying to get up there, though. Dives hard into turn number 1. A little smoke coming off the right rear. Ken John slips up the hill, almost into the fence off turn number 2. Battle for the lead into turn number 3. Larry McKenzie gets right on his rear bumper. He pushes up the hill. Charlie Bryant's going to take home the win. Larry McKenzie second, Ken John third, and Judy Arthur come back around and finish in that 4 spots. Heat race number 1 going to Charlie Bryant out of Oakley, California in the 11A. Hopefully, they can get the Mitchell Dana car repaired, figure out what the problem is, and get him back out here for the main event. Heat race number 2 looking like this. Aiden Ponciano out of Oakley, California into 225. Scheduled to start on the point. Second is going to be Jeff Betancourt out of Brentwood, California in the 70S. Third is going to be Michaela Taylor Fireball out of Oakley, California in that 71A with Gene Haney to her outside. Gene out of Oakley, California in the 45 car. Third and final row, Gavin Griffiths out of Brentwood, California in the 47 car, and James Gracely in the 6 car out of Antioch, California, starting at the back of the pack. Coming around, green flag this time. Aiden Ponciano gets hard on the gas. Jeff Betancourt on the high side takes advantage of that position. A little smoke coming out of the 225. James Gracely gets slideways coming up off turn number 2. Loses some ground. Michaela Taylor in that 3rd spot. Now the 225, Aiden Ponciano has a problem. He's coming up against the wall. Looks like he's going to come to a stop. Now he gets trying to get it going. If he brings out a yellow, he's done. I see tires up on the driver's side. Not sure what's wrong with the 225, but Aiden Ponciano, he did have that smoke going down the front straightaway in lap number 1. Jeff Betancourt is the beneficiary. Picks up or has the lead, and a little bit of breathing room over Michaela Taylor. Fireball, though, trying to make up that ground. She's going down the back straightaway into turn number 3. James Gracely in the 3rd spot. Battle now between teammates Gavin Griffiths and Gene Haney battling back there for the 4 spot. Give it to Griffiths coming up off turn number 4. Betancourt stepping back into a hobby stock. The Betancourt boys doing a plethora of racing this year. 4 down, 4 to go, halfway done. Jeff Betancourt, Fireball Taylor, James Gracely, Gavin Griffiths, and Gene Haney. That 45 car not handling to Gene's liking. 5 down, 3 to go in this 8-lap heat race. 74.339 miles an hour that time, 18:16 on the stopwatch. Coming around, 2 to go this time. Jeff Betancourt seeing that raised green flag signify 2 more times around. Jeff Betancourt, Michaela Taylor, James Gracely, Gavin Griffiths, Gene Haney, a running order. White flag is out 1 more time around for Betancourt. Now Gracely having a problem. He's going slow down the front straightaway, crossing the line for the white flag. He's pulling off the racetrack. That's going to cost him the 3rd spot. Jeff Betancourt crosses the line with the win. Fireball Taylor in the 2nd spot. 3rd is going to now go to Gavin Griffiths in the 47 car. And 5th will go to Gene Haney. Get your race cards out, folks. Let's draw some more numbers. Race numbers coming up. Next number out under the letter R, it's R3. R, number 3, R3. Then under the letter A, we have A29, A29. followed by A26, A26. So R3, A29, A26. Dee Dee, did you find the numbers? Dee Dee's ignoring me now. Uh-oh, I see a winner. Did you find the numbers? Okay, good. We got a winner. Maybe. I'm going to see. Next group coming out. Oh, you can find all the numbers on Antioch Speedway by promotions. All right. Lineup for heat race number 3 looks like this. On the point, Misty Wellborn out of Castro Valley, California in 75. Trying to look to take home her second win of the year. Jared Baugh outside the front row out of Pittsburgh in the 07 car. Row 2, it's Adam Kajala Rocky out of Concord in the 16. Talked to him on the pre-race show. Check that out. Jewel Crandall out of Antioch in the 3JC. Row 3, it's Taylor DiCarlo in the 17T and Shelby Asher out of Antioch in the 24JR. Misty picks up the speed early. Down the front straightaway and not sure. Let's see. Nope, Bob's grabbing the yellow and red flag. And sounds like we have a car stuck on the exit somewhere. Check it out, see if we got a winner first time. Just a sec.
Here comes the ready or not. Here comes the boys for the sound. Here comes the ready or not. How you like me now? I say.
Green flag in the air. Missy Wellborn down to turn number 1 first. Jared Baugh in line in second. Here comes Rocky Kajala. Shoe on a hat. Battle for the lead down at turn number 3. Jared Baugh down on the inside, trying to get underneath with Misty Wellborn. Nothing happening. Down the front straightaway now into turn number 1. Misty Wellborn, Jared Baugh, Taylor DiCarlo, Jewel Crandall, Rocky Kajala, Shelby Asher. Leaders giving up on Shelby. Going to burn her a lap down, going down the front straightaway into turn number 1. That battle for the lead continues. Misty Wellborn holding off that 07 car. Jared running just a little bit lower through the turns than Misty is on the south end of the racetrack and now on the north end of the racetrack. In fact, Jared Baugh has the left side front wheel over the tires in there. 2 to go. Misty now pulling out just a little bit, about a car length and a half, giving up off turn number 2. Down into turn number 3, Misty Wellborn. Misty crossing the line, seeing the white flag one more time around. Another driver I talked to on the pre-race show, Misty Wellborn. Jared Baugh second, Taylor Carlo third, Jewel Crandall, Rocky Kajala, and Shelby Asher. Checkered flag out, one more win in the books for Misty. Another heat race win, see if she can make it to for the main events coming up later tonight. Jared Baugh, strong run, finishing in that second spot. Third is going to be Taylor DiCarlo. Fourth, Jewel Crandall. A little smoke coming out of that 3JC as she gets off the gas down at turn number 1. Rocky Kajala 5th, and 6th will be Shelby Asher. Congratulations, Mama Gardner, winning our race-o tonight. IMCA Modifieds up next. We are going to have a B-main scheduled right now for the IMCA Sport Modifieds. The number of cars we have there. Modifieds, Terry DiCarlo, Sr. on Martinez, scheduled to start on the point with Trevor Kleiman's outside the front row. Talked to Trevor on the pre-race show. Check that out. Buddy Niss inside row number 2 out of Oakley, California, with Chris Lewis out of Oroville outside the second row. Row 3, Tricky Troy Folger out of Oakley, and Martinez is Nick DiCarlo. And Sean Wilson out of Oakley at the back of the pack. Green flag in the air. Trevor Kleiman was out here last week on an off weekend here at Antioch Speedway for the Modifieds to shake that thing down a few more laps, brought it out for some hot laps, figured some stuff out, and he stayed at the front. But Terry DiCarlo Sr. and Trevor Kleiman's get hooked together. They finally get unhooked, and both of them fall to the back of the pack. Those two cars were hooked together. Nick DiCarlo spins in turn number 2. See if he can get that thing going before the yellow flag comes out. He does. And we're going to stay under the green flag. Buddy Niss on the points. Nick DiCarlo trying to get it rolling as the field rolls past him, coming up off turn number 2. Tricky Troy Folger on the rear bumper of Buddy Niss. Niss holding them off. Our 2019 track champion is Buddy Niss. Terry DiCarlo Sr., that car after getting tangled up with Trevor Kleiman's not back up to speed. Kleiman's is. He's now setting his sights on Nick DiCarlo, who is a lap down. Buddy Niss crosses the line. That's 4 down, 4 to go. Halfway done, Buddy Niss. Tricky Troy Folger. Terry DiCarlo Jr. Chris Lewis. Trevor Kleiman, Sean Wilson, and then Nick DiCarlo, who is a lap down. Two to go. 6 in the books. Tricky Troy not able to get close enough to make a move on Buddy Niss at 28K. Working real well. Yellow flag is out as Sean Wilson and Chris Lewis tangle in turn number 4. Mama Garner, if you want your other Race-O card back, you can still come get it. Chris Lewis is the cause of that one. That 22L. One and done. That 22L, Chris Lewis got on the gas halfway through 3 and 4, and that thing just spun around on him. Then as he tried rolling off, Sean Wilson actually did not get involved, just got to drive around him. Buddy Niss not wanting to see that flag. Now you have to hold off Tricky Troy. And Trevor Kleiman's climbed back up to 3rd. Texas style restart. That means the leader gets the front row to himself. Row 2, second place car. In this case, Tricky Troy chooses the low side, puts Trevor Kleiman's on the high side. Lights out, coming around to the green flag this time by. Be green-white checkered. Buddy Niss now has Tricky Troy down on the low side. Troy dives into turn number 1, not able to keep that car stuck on the bottom, slides up. And falls back behind Buddy Niss. Buddy running really well tonight in that car. White flag is out. One more time around. Buddy Nist, Tricky Troy Folger, now Terry DiCarlo Jr. gotten around Trevor Klimans as Nick DiCarlo does, but Nick is a lap down. So Klimans into 4th spot, Sean Wilson 5th. Checkered flag out, Buddy Nist with the win. 15:74 on a stopwatch, 85.769 miles an hour for that last lap for Buddy Nist. But Buddy Nist putting it in victory lane for the heat race here tonight for heat race number 1. Heat race number 2 rolling off. Jeff Brown out of Oakley, California to 2:28, scheduled to start on the point. To his outside is scheduled to be Kenneth Robles out of Rio Vista, California in the 78K. Row 2, Terry DiCarlo Jr. out of Martinez in the 17 JR, and Bobby Motts out of San Pablo in the U81. Row 3, Kellen Chadwick, winner last time out in the 83 car out of Oakley, and Aaron Crowell making his season debut here tonight at Antioch in that 29C. Kenneth Robles voluntarily falling to the back, as does our scheduled pole center, Brown. Those 2 cars start out back. That put Terry DiCarlo Jr. on the point. He has the lead. Kellen Chadwick up to the 2nd spot. Here comes Aaron Crowell underneath Bobby Motts for that 3rd spot. Got a bar hanging down out of Bobby Motts Jr. off that rear bumper. Kellen Chadwick underneath Terry DiCarlo Jr. for the lead. Coming up off turn number 4, grabs it. Put the 83 on the points. Chadwick checking out Terry DiCarlo Jr. Terry DiCarlo Jr. Oh, 1 car. That is Jeff Brown. Almost bounces off the wall. Over there in 3 and 4. Terry DiCarlo Jr. has some pressure now from Aaron Crowell down into turn number 3. That battle, and Terry DiCarlo Jr. spins right in front of Crowell. They touch. Bobby Motts Jr. gets involved. Kenneth Robles and Jeff Brown clear the way. That all started on the 17 JR. Terry DiCarlo Jr. losing it all by himself down there in the middle of 3 and 4, right in front of Aaron Crowell. Crowell had nowhere to go. Bobby Motts had nowhere to go, but the Terry DiCarlo Jr. just looping it on that high side. Got IMCA Sport Modifieds up next. Get your race cards out while we're getting this cleaned up. Next 3 numbers for Raceau coming up right now. Raceau, Raceau, Raceau. Next number out of the magic ball under the letter R, it is the number 2, R2. 067, 067. And R14, R14. So the next 3 numbers are 2, 067, R14. Mama Garner. Got 1 car stuck in the pit exit. Gonna have to get tow truck over there. It's going to be a couple minutes. out just while we get that car cleaned out of full bake. Coming around green flag, got that car, Terry DiCarlo Jr. cleared from down there. Not sure exactly what happened. Helen Chadwick. 3 laps down, 5 to go. Chadwick on the go. You do see a new cone down there on the exit of turn number 3. So the cone on the exit of turn 3 and the cone on the exit of turn 4, that is the go zone now. They can go at any time, Weeder again, in between those 2 cones. Chadwick took advantage of that. Halfway done now. 4 down, 4 to go. Got a nice cushion over the 228 of Jeff Brown. Jeff Brown out of Oakley finished 10th here back on March 19th. Coming around 2 to go this time by. So it's Kellen Chadwick, Jeff Brown, Kenneth Robles, Aaron Crowell, and Bobby Motch Jr. is your running order for heat race number 2 for the IMCA Modifieds. White flag is out for Kellen Chadwick. Winner last time out. Kellen Chadwick, 2019 Wild West Modified Shootout Speed Week champion is Chadwick. Checkered flag in the air. Chadwick with a win. Battle for second. Jeff Brown's going to get it. Kenneth Robles finishes third, and Aaron Crowell in the 4th spot. Chadwick with the win, trying to make it 2 in a row here tonight as he won last time out on March 19th. Second in points right now, 1 point behind Nick DiCarlo. Second in points in the IMCA stock cars as well. 4 points back of Fast Freddie Ryland is Chadwick. We're going IMCA Sport Modified Racing now. Heat race number 1, the Iceman, Tommy Frazier out of Antioch, California, in the 12 car, starts on the front row. Kelly Campanelli in the 2 car out of San Ramon starts outside the front row. Casey Keller inside row 2. They have Tracy, California out of number 38. Tyler Brown in the 325 out of Oakley, California, outside the second row. Row number 3, Fast Freddie Ryland out of Brentwood in the 7J, a winner last 2 times out. And Nick Kaufman was scheduled to start 6th, not making the call as he had problems in hot laps. Nick out of Richmond, California. Green flag in the air. The Iceman, Tommy Frazier, down to turn number 1 first. Kelly Campanelli, red on his rear deck. 3 wide coming up off turn number 2. With Tyler Brown in the middle of Casey Keller and Kelly Campanelli. Threads that needle, gets the 2nd spot. Casey Keller fights back on the inside on the exit of turn number 4. Down the front straightaway to turn number 1. Keller slipping up just a little bit. Front end not holding down on that low side in turns 1 and 2. Fast Freddie trying to get around the Kelly Campanelli car for that 4th spot. He clears her. Battle for the lead into turn number 1. Tyler Brown down on the low side of the Iceman, Tommy Frazier. That low side right now not holding the front end of these race cars, down on the low side on turns 1 and 2. That will pick up as the evening goes on. The Iceman, Tommy Frazier. 3 down, 5 to go. Kelly Campanelli back in the pack now. Tyler Brown slips up the hill in turn number 4, opens up the door. He loses the spot to Casey Keller and the Fast Freddie Ryland down the front straightaway. We're halfway done, 4 down, 4 to go. Iceman, Tommy Frazier, up off turn number 4. Putting that 5th lap in the books. Tommy Frazier, Casey Keller, 1 and 2. 3rd is Fast Freddie Ryland. 4th, Tyler Brown. 5th is Kelly Campanelli. 2 to go this time by. Fast Freddie Ryland getting a little more pressure on to Casey Keller for that 2nd spot. Not quite there yet, but getting close as the white flag comes out for the Iceman, Tommy Frazier. Frazier through 1 and 2. He's got a half a lap to go. Coming around to the checkered flag this time by. Tommy Frazier, Casey Keller. Freddie has a problem. He slips up too high, gets up above the cushion. Checkered flag is out. Freddie's going to lose about 4 car lengths to Casey Keller. Still finished in the 3rd spot. Keller 2nd. Tyler Brown 4th, and 5th is going to be Kelly Campanelli. Last lap of 16:57, 81.473 miles an hour. Get your race-o cards out. Here we go. 3 more numbers coming out as we are coming towards the end of a race-o for tonight. Next number, under the letter A, it is the number 30, A30, A30. Then we have C39, C39, C39. And then we have C44, C44. A30, C39, C44. A30, C39, C44. Check out the numbers on Facebook, Antioch Speedway by Promotions. As I apologize, did have some cars rolling a little sooner than what I had hoped. And they are cars that are Matt Pitts, scheduled to start on the point out of Rodeo, California, number 16. 2 is outside. Dylan Conley in the 6 car out of Antioch, California. Row 2 scheduled to be Chuck Golden out of Pittsburgh and Jacob Malum Jr. out of Oakley, California. Row 3, Kenny Schrader in the 188 out of Pacheco and Joseph Otto out of Oakley in the 28P. Green flag in the air. Matt Pitts with a great run up off turn number 4 down the front straightaway to turn number 1. Conley trying to get to his outside. Pitts closes the door, going through 1 and 2. Jacob Malum Jr. dives to the inside of Conley down the back straightaway. He has to get out of the gas just a little bit early as Conley was coming down the hill going into turn number 3. Pitts side-by-side battle for second with Conley on the high side. Jacob Malum Jr. down the low side. Malum gets loose going into turn number 2. He's down low underneath. Jacob Malum Jr. now trying to hold off Chuck Golden. Golden gets around him, but Matt Pitts still on the points. It is Matt Pitts, Jason Conley, or excuse me, Dylan Conley. Chuck Golden up into the 3rd spot. Conley looking underneath Matt Pitts. Nothing doing. As we do have another winner. Battle for the lead as Conley is on the point. As Pitt falls back. Pitts is now in the 5th spot. Dylan Conley on the point. Oh, Pitts almost off the wall in turn number 2. Dylan Conley. Is our leader. Chuck Golden is second. Here comes Jacob Malum Jr. He's trying to get back to the inside. Battle for that 2nd spot. Jacob Malum Jr. once again having trouble on that turn 4 side of things. Gets loose. Now he's got Kenny Schrader, who's always tough to beat here at Antioch Speedway. Trying to work around him. That 188. White flag is out. Checkered flag coming out for Dylan Conley as Kenny Schrader sitting sideways in turn number 4. One car runs over the starter's cone over there. Dylan Conley with a win. I do believe that's his first win for a heat race for Dylan Conley. Matt Pitts had a good run through most of that race and then lost it there at the end. Congratulations, did have another winner for Race O. Kenny Schrader all by himself spun up there in turn number 4. Jacob Malum Jr. looks like he slid into him as well. Heat race number 3 looks like this. The Squirrel Bree Trowan out of Antioch, California in a 97 car scheduled to start on the point. To her outside is supposed to be Jason Ryan Jr. out of Oakley, California in the 52 car. Row 2, it's Tommy Klimans out of Oakley in the 71A and Andrew Pierce, Kid Smooth out of Oakley in the 15P. At the back of the pack, Joe Salvi in the 82 car. Lights out. The Squirrel, Bree Trowan, second-year runner in the sport modified ranks. Finished 14th back on opening day. Green flag in the air. Jason Ryan Jr. on the high side. The Squirrel, Bree Trowan down on the low side. Jason Ryan's going to take the lead coming up off turn number 2. Here comes Kid Smooth. Andrew Pierce. He's battling for second now as he's on the outside of Bree Trowan. He clears her coming up off turn number 4. Trowan back to the third spot. Tommy Clemens Jr. back into fourth. Fifth is going to be Joe Salvi. 1 down, 7 to go. Battle for the lead off turn number 4. A Kid Smooth down on the low side on the north end of the racetrack. Clears Jason Ryan down the front straightaway. Put Kid Smooth, Andrew Pierce on the point. 15P down the backstretch into turn number 3. Jason Ryan Jr., Bree Trowan, your second and third place cars. Trowan slips up the hill, gets over the cushion. That's going to cost her a spot. Put Tommy Clemens up there now. He's in third, Trowan back to the fourth spot. Joe Salvi still back there in the fifth spot. It's Kid Smooth slowly stretching things out. Putting lap number 3 in the books. Andrew Pierce, Jason Ryan Jr., Tommy Clemens battling Jason Ryan on the inside, coming up off turn number 2. Battle for the second down the back straightaway. Clemens going to get to turn number 3 first. Can he make it last? Yes, he does. We're halfway done, 4 down, 4 to go. Jason Ryan Jr. had trouble in the north end of the racetrack, got up over the Antioch cushion down there and lost a lot of speed and lost a lot of ground. Coming around. 2 to go this time by. Pierce, Clemens, Ryan, Trowan, and Salvi, your running order for heat race number 3 for the IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds. Top 4 qualify. We are having a B main coming up. Coming around to the checker flag this time by Andrew Pierce. All he has to do is keep it off the wall, out of the infield, keep that thing running. He'll get another checker flag in his books for a heat race here tonight. Kid Smooth, Andrew Pierce with the win. Tommy Clemens Jr. second. Bree Trowan spins in turn number 4. Jason Ryan Jr. gets the third spot. Joe Salvi's going to pick up fourth. Do you have a B main for the Sport Modifieds tonight? Heat race number 4. Again, top 4 transfer. Nicholas Zapatero out of Antioch into 27Z. Earlier this year, running the number 1. Back to his familiar number, 27Z. Zapatero out of Antioch, California. He's got a 17th and a 9th place finish. First 2 races on the year. Jake Betancourt stepping up from the hobby stocks in the 29B. He'll scheduled to start outside the front row here for heat race number 4. Jake, a pair of 10th place finishes, first 2 races on the season. Inside row 3, it's Mark Garner out of Antioch, California in the 76A. Garner, pair of 6th place finishes on the season. Chester Niss out of Antioch in the 28K, starts inside row number 4. And Jeremy Hoff out of Copperopolis, California, scheduled to start at the back of the pack in the 5th spot. Bring it around. Zapatero has control of the field. Again, anywhere between those 2 orange cones. He comes up late this time. Betancourt on the high side. Gets down to turn number 1 with a slight advantage over Zapatero. Chester Niss slips up a little bit. He's going to lose that third position battle with Mark Garner. Tries high end again on turn 3 and 4. Gets up too high and losing the spot to Jeremy Hoff. Putting this back to the back of the pack. But up front, it is Jake Betancourt on the point. Jake in that 29B. He's got Mark Garner now in second. Nicholas Zapatero back to the third spot. And battle continues for fourth between Jeremy Hoff and Chester Niss. 3 down, 5 to go in this 8-lap heat race for the Northern Sports Modifieds. Battle for the lead into turn number 3. Mark Garner down on the low side. Jake Betancourt on the high side. They touch coming up off turn number 4. Betancourt has to chase it. Stays out in front of Garner. We're halfway done. 4 down, 4 to go. 3-way battle for third position down the backstretch into turn number 3. Chester Niss in the middle of that sandwich between Nicholas Zapatero and Jeremy Hoff. Battle for the lead. Mark Garner is our leader at the line that time. Gets around Jake Betancourt going down the front straightaway into turn number 1. It's now Mark Garner, Jake Betancourt, Chester Niss, Nicholas Zapatero. Betancourt spins right in front of Niss. Niss has nowhere to go. Trying to get that thing running. Yellow flag comes out. Jake Betancourt. Jake Betancourt started that and he lost it over there, and Chester had nowhere to go. So that will end the heat race for Jake Betancourt. Six down, I believe. 5 down. Coming up at intermission, folks, I'm going to give away some free entry tickets. Mark Grunner on the front row by himself. No, we're going to have to bring that one back because Jeremy Hoff was not in position. It is a Texas-style restart. Jeremy had to be back on the second row, not up to the front row with Mark Grunner. So we'll reset that one. 3 laps remain in this 8-lap heat race. As we get the lineup set, let Jeremy know, hey, this Texas-style restart here. Giving them one to go. Lights out, going green flag racing this time by. Mark Grunner. As the leader, he can choose high side, low side, in the middle, wherever he wants. Three laps remain, 8-lap heat race. Mark Grunner on the point. Jeremy Hoff second, Nicholas Apatow in the third spot. Chester Niss in the fourth spot. Fourth and final heat race. Coming around 2 to go this time by. Mark Grunner, it's a brand new race car. It's only the 3rd time out, I believe, for that car. Used body. He used that body in Vegas last year in November, duel in the desert. But built a brand new race car over the winter. White flag is out. Looking to put that thing into victory lane for the first time in 2022. At least for a heat race. Trying to for the main tonight. Grunner now pulling away a half a straightaway lead over Jeremy Hoff. Checkered flag out. Oh! Mark Grunner blows up possibly as he crosses the line. Exhaust. Smoke coming out of the exhaust. As soon as he crossed the line, that thing went boof. Not what Grunner wanted to have happen. Going to push Mark back in. Hopefully it was not as bad as it looked, but it looked like blue smoke to me. Mark Grunner taking the win. And instantly crossing the line. Popping something. Not what you want to see from Mark Grunner. Got a couple hot lap cars coming out. Aiden Ponciano to 225, the 66. Mitchell Dana. Aiden Ponciano, Mitchell Dana getting a couple laps of hot lapping after problems earlier. 66 car of Dana was running good in his heat race, and then suddenly something happened. Aiden Ponciano started up front and quickly lost fire or something. Smoke came out of it. And it looks like he still has problems. Smoke coming out of it again, and he has slowed way down again. 225, Aiden Ponciano. And, oh, man, how did he not hit the wall right there? Nice save by Dana. All right, hearing we are right on the cusp of the B main, and we're not going to need a B main as there have been a scratch or two. So we're going to go racing with everybody that's left. Nick Kaufman trying to shake his down after he missed his heat race after having problems in the hot lap sessions. Kaufman in the 32 car out of Richmond, California. Making his first start of the year here at Antioch Speedway. As we get set for intermission. When we come back, main events coming up. We're going to be giving away some tickets here during intermission, some free passes into the racetrack. All right, folks, with that, time for intermission real quick. When I come back, I'm going to give away some tickets. Don't go away.
Another one bites the dust. Another one bites the dust. And another one gone, and another one gone. Another one bites the dust, yeah. Hey, gonna get you too. Another one bites the dust.
Are you ready? Hey, think you can tell us what to do? You think you can tell us what to wear? You think that you're better? Well, you better get ready. Bow to the masters. Break it down. Degenerate into something fool. We just got tired of doing what you told us to do. That's a breaks, boy. Yeah, that's a breaks, little man. Break it down. Degeneration up. Degeneration. Think you can tell me what to do? Know who you're talking to? Well, you better get used to the way the ball bounces. I see what you got, it measures in ounces. But that's a breaks, boy. Yeah, that's a breaks, little man. Break it down. Degeneration up. Degeneration. Think you're a big man? treat you like you're a little man. Yeah. Break it down. Yo, tell me what it's like to be half a man. It must break your heart to see what I am, but that's a breaks, boy. Yeah, that's a breaks, little man. Break it down. Degeneration up. Degeneration. Think you can tell me what to do? Know who you're talking to? Just stop wanting me to be someone else. Put it away like a book on a shelf that you can read, boy. Yeah, that you can read, little man.
What a beautiful night for racing here at Antioch Speedway. First Saturday in April 2022. Look at this amazing crowd we have here tonight. Thanks for coming out. Those of you on Antioch Speedway TV, thanks for watching. Those of you doing both, you're awesome. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for coming out on tonight for the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks, and the Super Stocks. It is intermission time, and I have some tickets to give away. And for starters, I want to know how many first-timers do we have here tonight? I like first-timers. All right. All right, I know you're a first-timer. I talked to you earlier. Come on down. No, I'm going to give you a ticket. You got to come get it, though. I talked to her earlier on the pre-race show. All right, one of you group over here. Come on over. Who else? Who has been coming here since the year 2000? Who's been coming here since the year 1990? Wow, look at all you. Who's been coming here since the year 1980? How about 1970? I knew I'm going to keep looking at you. Oh, we got some folks up here. Okay. Getting thinner now. All right, 1965. Over there, over there. 65 here, 65 here. Anyone over here? These two gentlemen. All right, 1960. 64. All right. How about 60? You've been here since 60? Yeah? You've been here forever. You're only 25. You're only 25 years old. You've been here since forever. 67 over here. Look at that. All right, I got a couple tickets to give away. I'll have to figure out how. All right, I'm going to climb back down now. Now I'm going to give some more tickets away. All right, her first time here. She got to see all the heat races. Come on over here. We got to see you. Camera's up there. All right, remind me your name again.
Katie.
Katie, you having fun?
Yeah.
What's your favorite car so far?
Number 188.
Oh, Kenny Schrader, 188. Cool. Well, I'll tell you what. How would you like a free ticket?
I would love a free ticket.
All right, here you go. So, there you go. Free ticket for a free entry into Antioch Speedway. I want to see you back.
I'll be back next weekend. Thank you so much.
All right, make sure you say hi. Thanks, Katie. All right, hi. How are you? Come on over. Wave to the camera up there. What's your name?
Nevaeh.
Nevaeh. First time here, huh?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite car?
6.
The 6 car? Dylan Conley?
Yeah.
All right, cool. How about would you like a sticker?
Yeah. That's my friend. That's my friend's cousin.
That's your friend's cousin?
Uh-huh.
Oh, cool. All right, cool. Antioch Speedway. Wait. Would you like a free ticket, too? I brought you all the way down here for that. All right, here you go. Free ticket. Thanks for coming. Okay, so this gentleman over here. He's been coming here since, was this place paved when you first came here? Was it paved when you first came here? It was dirt, right? Yeah. You know, Pacheco, he was, yeah. I wish I had been here when Pacheco was around. I would have loved to have seen that. I tried to envision it when I'm around. But anyway, here you go. Pacheco to here. So watching your stepdad. All right. Well, cool. Well, there you go. Thanks for coming. Got a couple more to give away. I see this gentleman I was looking at up here in Section A. She already won something today. I got to spread the wealth here. All right. Oh, whose birthday? How old? Okay, I won't ask that. Older than some, younger than most. Okay, cool. Happy birthday. Monday's your birthday. All right. Sounds like a good birthday present. Here you go. Hawkster's your cousin. Well, turn around and wave to him, will you? He's waving at you.
Out here in 67, we saw Gary Pacheco, Tommy Abreu the Rabbit, Larry DeMitz, Ken Gonderman.
A whole crew. Very cool. The Hawkster's mom right there. All right, you guys got to take it. I got one more. I'm going to give this guy up here. He's been around longer than dirt, too. I mean, he's been around here a long time, too. Okay. You'll make me work for this one. How long you been coming here?
Since I was about 10 years old. Old I.
We're not going to talk about years then, huh?
But it was about 1962, back when they had Pacheco and Vallejo, and Don and Blinker Klein was out here in force.
Man, I wish I had been here those days to see them. Well, okay, I wish I could see some video. I don't want to be around that long yet. Generation after
generation, me and my dad, and then I took my kids, and then my grandkids, and my aunt. I got her hooked.
Yeah, she's here all the time.
Yeah, I got her hooked.
Good deal. Of all the things you can get hooked on, this is not a bad thing.
Not a bad thing.
Of course, if you're driving and owning race cars, that can be bad. That can be expensive. Anyway, congratulations. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
All right, so that's this week's giveaway. We'll be doing this, I think, on a regular basis out here. We'll have different things, different topics to talk about. I'm being followed by a young man. Excuse me, wait, hold on. What? No? You're going to run? You're going to walk around next to the guy with the microphone. You're going to get talked to you. All right, wave to the camera. Turn around, wave. Tell them your name.
Damien.
And what do you do around here?
I just watch the races.
Take up space?
Yeah.
You helped out. You did a very important job today. You pushed the button.
Yeah, I did.
So you're good.
Yeah.
Thanks, Damien. Would you like a sticker? Yeah. Trevor Kleiman's daughter making up stickers. Want a sticker? Oh, dude, set. There you go. You got yours. There you go. There you go. I'm just talking about whatever I can think of. What's your name?
Camden.
All right, you got to stand up and wave at the camera.
Sabra.
You like it?
Yeah, it's pretty fun so far.
Who's your favorite car?
Probably 81.
Oh, okay. Bobby Motts.
Yeah.
Very cool. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Would you like a sticker? Would you like a sticker? You want a sticker? You're welcome. Yes. If you need more, ask Trevor. Trevor made them up. All right, who else we got around here? As we get set, see where we're at on intermission time. All right, couple Panthers here. Softball, right? All right, what position do you play?
I play second.
Second base? That was one of my favorite positions. I was good at second base. I tried the corners and just struggled. Second base, I did real well. And then I got older and didn't do so well. How do you hit?
Pretty decent.
Decent? All right, cool. What position do you play?
I play everywhere.
You play everywhere. You're a utility player. You got to remember that word. Someone asks you, oh, I'm a utility player. You don't say everywhere. I'm a utility player. That makes you really important, you know.
Utility means.
So where do you hit?
I hit second in the lineup.
Oh, you got some speed and you got some power then.
Speed.
Yeah, okay, cool. Do you do the slap bunt?
I used to.
How about you?
No, I don't.
No?
I can't stop.
Yeah, me, of course, it's kind of hard to do on slow pitch, so it doesn't work real well. All right, what's your name?
I'm Dakota.
And your name?
Avi.
And have you guys been here before?
Yeah.
All right, cool. Would you like stickers?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thanks for coming. Good luck. I see somebody who looks like he might sound like something fell. Would you like a sticker? There you go. Cool shirt. You a Rico fan? Yeah, he's a good guy. You're welcome. As we are getting closer to getting the national anthem going. Watch out for Dee Dee. Trouble. Just Trouble. Uh-oh. 1971? Yeah.
My car. I'm putting it on my car and wearing it with pride.
There you go. Antioch Speedway sticker. I got a few left. Would you like stickers? Thanks for coming. Oh, thanks. You shouldn't have. As he passes by. Hi, would you like a sticker? I have a sticker. There you go. You've been here since the 80s. You're only 21. How can you be here since the 80s? First time? Thanks for coming. You having fun?
I'm having a blast. This place is amazing. These guys are jamming.
Awesome. Thanks for coming out. Uh-oh. I have one sticker left. I'm going to give you one. You come here and I'll get you one out of the booth. I got one left. All right, here you go. All right. Thanks, everybody, for participating as we give out a little goodies. Got our officials down on the infield. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Gentlemen, take off your hats. If you're a member of the military or former member of the military, thank you for your service to your country. If you're a first responder, thank you for your service to your community. It's now time for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
And that means it is time for the main event here tonight on this beautiful Saturday. We got racing action for you with the Super Stocks coming up first, then the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, all racing here tonight. Love to see all the first-time folks here tonight. Thanks for coming out. Hope to see you back. Make sure you stop and say hi. Waiting for, sounded like there was going to be one car that needed to do a few hot laps, Terry DiCarlo Jr., but not making the call up there by the sounds of it. Super Sox up first. Fabulous Bob up on the flag stand. I want to say thanks to him. Say thanks to all our infield officials and the DNF crew. Run around in their personal vehicles out there, helping protect and helping clean up out there. I want to say thanks to them. Rich, our race director, thank you very much, Rich. Andrea, our timing and scoring. The Hawks, Sir Kevin, on the camera tonight. Thank you very much, Kevin. Larry Adams, the producer for tonight. Shout out to Donnie Martin, returning to Antioch Speedway after being up in Oregon for a few years. Good to have Donnie back, putting a lot of great information and a lot of great stuff up on the Facebook and the YouTube. All those articles and stuff, that's coming from Donnie Martin. Thank you very much, Donnie. A human encyclopedia on racing in California and around. I wish I could download his brain. He has got so much information. I'm your host, Wiley Wade. Thanks for coming out on this beautiful Saturday night. Those of you here in the house, those of you online on Antioch Speedway TV, thank you for tuning in. You can catch us live flag to flag each and every Saturday night here at Antioch Speedway. We are going to take off on 4th of July weekend. Next week, IMCA Modifieds, the Hobby Stocks, Super Stocks, and Stock Cars are scheduled on the schedule. All right, here we go. Super Stock main event looks like this. Mike Welko out of Knightson, California in the 13A, scheduled to start on the point. Winner of our heat race earlier tonight. Second, outside the front row, it's Jim Freethy out of Danville, California in a 99 car. He was a 2021 track champion here at Antioch Speedway. Inside row number 2, out of Brentwood, California, it's the 111 Joey Ridgway. And to the outside, it's Chad Hammer in the 94 car. As they come around, ladies and gentlemen, give it up. Get on your feet, wave your hands, jump up and down. Let's give it up for the Antioch Speedway Superstar. Lap main event for the Super Sox here tonight. Mike Welko has control of the field, bringing him around. Jim Freethy to his outside. Joey Ridgway, Chad Hammer, row number 2. That go zone starts right there where that orange cone is and goes around to the exit of turn number 4. Mike Welko gets to choose where he wants to smash the gas. He does it right there on the exit of 4. Coming up on 4 down the front straightaway. It is Mike Welko on the point. Jim Freethy falls in line in second. Joey Ridgway looks underneath Freethy. Going through 1 and 2, but that low side not holding Ridgway. Down the back straightaway to turn number 3. It is Mike Welko. He's got Jim Freethy right on his rear bumper. Chad Hammer rim riding it right up there in turn number 4. Stays off the wall, but He about kissed it. One down. 14 laps remain in this 15-lap main event. Something wrong with Joey Ridgway coming up off turn number 2. Chad Hammer dives to the inside. Battle for the lead coming up off 4. Jim Freedy dove to the inside. Cut down low through turn number 4. Went downhill run. Got underneath Mike Welko. They touch a little bit going into turn number 1, but put Freedy on the point. Welko back to second. Joey Ridgway in the third spot. Chad Hammer back in fourth. Welko trying to look underneath Freedy coming through 3 and 4. Nothing doing. 3 laps down. 12 to go in this 15-lap main event. For the Super Stocks here tonight on this beautiful Saturday night for racing. Running right up on the cushion is Freedy. That you can see that distinct line up there. 4 laps down, 11 to go. 78 miles an hour. 17:15 on the stopwatch. 78.717 miles an hour for Jim Freedy. This racetrack is getting faster and faster as the night goes on. Looks like Freedy bobbled just a little bit on the entrance to the turn right there. Doesn't show in the stopwatch though. 79.272 miles an hour. Freedy, Mike Welko, Joey Ridgway, Chad Hammer, your running order. 5 down, coming around across the line. 6 down, 9 to go in this 15-lap main event for the Superstars. Keeping it a little over 79 miles an hour is Jim Freedy, our 2021 track champion in the Superstock division. Mike Welko losing a little bit of ground. Looks like he's staying a little bit in the drier stuff down on the low side. Not sure if that's hurting him or what on that car, but 7 laps in. Halfway done right now, down the back straightaway. Freedy, he's working a little lower that time through 3 and 4. 8 laps down, 7 to go. Still keeping it, 79.8 miles an hour that time. Turn 4, Joey Ridgway spins out. Yellow flag is out. First yellow of the evening for our main events. Joey Ridgway spinning in turn number 4. Hearing over the radio, was unassisted. Trying to get that thing refired and rolling. He does get it rolled. Trying to turn it around now. Going to double him up. Texas style restart. Jim Freedy gets a road, front row to himself. Mike Welko gets to choose high side or low side. Looks like he's going to go high side. Put Chad Hammer down on the low side for the restart. Hammer in a 94 car. Was working at the race shop, at his job race shop in Pacheco until 2 o'clock this morning. Hammer's going to stay on the back, let Joey Ridgway up there. Not quite ready yet. Looks like we're getting him set again. Going to give him the 1 to go signal. Magic green flag one more time. Fabulous Bob holding that in the air. Super Stocks on the docket for next week as well. Green flag out. Going to call that one back because we didn't have a Texas-style restart set up. Eight down, 7 to go. 15-lap main event for the Super Stocks here tonight. Trying to get to 94. Line up. There we go. Lights out, going green flag racing. Coming around. Jim Preethy with control of the field gets on the gas late. Coming up on that last pylon down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Mike Welko in his wheel tracks. Chad Hammer down on the low side. Smoke coming out of one of the cars. Through turns 1 and 2. Freethy putting lap number 9 in the book. 6 to go. Ten down, 5 to go. 15-lap main event for the Super Sox here tonight. Jim Freethy on the point. Freethy out of Danville, California. Second is Mike Welko out of Knightson, California. A little east of here in that 13A. Chad Hammer in the third spot right now. He's out of Antioch, California. And Joey Ridgway in that fourth spot. He's out of Brentwood, California. Battle for that third spot coming up off turn number 2. Chad Hammer on the high side. Joey Ridgway has to give up the ghost as that car got really loose coming up off turn number 2. Our leader's checking out. I'll keep you updated with 3 laps remaining. Battle, though, is for third as Joey Ridgway keeps looking underneath Chad Hammer into turns. Ridgway in that 111 on the low side. Hammer on the high side. That momentum the Hammer's carrying through the center and off is helping him stay out in front of Joey Ridgway. Ridgway's driving into the turn really well. 2 to go. The Ridgway not able to keep on the gas and come up off the turn as well as Hammer does on that high side. Now losing more ground. White flag coming out. 14 laps in the books as Jim Freethy looking to pick up where he left off last year winning races here at Antioch Speedway. Freethy one more time around. Looking to take home win number 1 in 2022. Double checker flag in the air. Welko bounces off the wall in turn number 4. Sparks again off the front straightaway. Welko went after it and didn't get it. Got second. Hammer third. Ridgway fourth. Heading down for victory lane. Jim Freethy heading towards victory lane. Jim Freethy winning the first race of 2022 for the Super Sox, pulling into victory lane. Let's see what he has to say after beating a fast-charging Mike Welko. Jim Freethy unbuckling his helmet. Our 2021 champion. Working on getting his Hans device off. When we talk about a cockpit, this is definitely a cockpit type car. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Jim Freethy. All right, Jim. Here's your first door for the year.
Yeah, that was a fun race. Truck, it's challenging tonight. It's a little bit slick out there. It's a little bit rough, but that's what makes a good driver is challenging conditions.
I was noticing earlier in the race in 3 and 4, you were staying above the slicked off spot, but then you moved down later in the race.
Yeah, I found the drive coming off of 4 down about the middle to the bottom. And the turn up high was nicer, but the drive off the bottom was better, so I took the drive.
How'd you finally get around Mike Welko for the lead?
You know, Mike's a true contender. He's a good guy, I like him. He's a good racer. But he just made one little slip up, and I got him.
Tell you what, on that last lap, he was trying to get you. He bounced off the wall twice and turned forward on the front straightaway trying to catch you.
Yeah, Mike's a good guy. He's a true contender. He wants that win. And, you know, he's going to get it. He's good.
Yes, he is. Who do you want to say thanks to for getting you out here?
Hey, thanks to Brian Zachary, Ryland Racing, Sandy Rose, and Pit Boss.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our winner, Jim Freely. Congratulations, sir. She needs your picture. All right, so I'm gonna cross over, and then we got an AMA that's gonna do some hot laps, and then we'll head back in for main event number 2. It's the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks. Terry DiCarlo Jr. taking some hot laps after having trouble. If you remember, he left the racetrack in his heat race and got stuck on pit exit. Was unable to continue at that point. They made repairs, and now they're doing a little shakedown run. Give a shout out to our sponsors, Pacific Coast General Engineering, track sponsor here at Antioch Speedway. Want to say thanks to them. Their number, 925-252-0214, 925-252-0214, Pacific Coast General Engineering. Proud track sponsor and Hobby Stock title sponsor. General Plumbing Supply Company out of Brentwood, California, another proud sponsor here at Antioch Speedway. For all your plumbing supply needs, head on out to Brentwood and General Plumbing Supply Company. You can give them a call on 925-634-6660, 925-634-6660, General Plumbing Supply Company in Brentwood, California. McCauley's Agricultural and Pest Services. They do lawn and tree care. They do weed spraying. They do pest services. And you can call them at 925-634-1255. That's 925-634-1255. McCauley Agricultural and Pest Services. O'Reilly's Auto Parts, another proud sponsor here at Antioch Speedway. For all your auto part needs, head on over to O'Reilly's. O'Reilly's Auto Parts. Cocoa Farms, another sponsor. Their website, enjoycocofarms.com. Gas up with Cocoa Farms. Check them out at enjoycocofarms.com. Delta Transmission, Delta Drive Lines. They do foreign and domestic. They do standard and auto transmissions, rear differentials, transfer cases, and, of course, the aforementioned drive lines. They're located at 1105 Sunset Drive in Antioch. That's Delta Transmission, Delta Drive Lines, 925-754-1870, 925-754-1870. C&J Favalora Trucking for all your hauling needs. Give C&J a call. C&J Favalora Trucking in Martinez, California. Polar Bear rolled ice cream at 2581 Main Street in Oakley. A great place to go. And it's really cool to watch them make the ice cream right in front of you and add all the toppings. That's Polar Bear rolled ice cream. Their number is 925-666-8915. And you can check out their flavors at polarbearicecreamshop.com. polarbearicecreamshop.com. Polar Bear rolled ice cream at 2581 Main Street in Oakley. For all your printing needs, give Print Club a call. They're located at 1930 Verde Roberts Circle in Antioch, and you can call them at 925-754-8771. 925-754-8771. That's the Print Club over there here in Antioch. And Cresco Equipment Rentals, for all your equipment rental needs, give Cresco Equipment Rentals of the Bay Area a call at 800-573-1732. That's 800-573-1732. Cresco Equipment Rentals, all over the Bay Area for any of your rental needs. Doing a little bit of greater work on the turns at the moment. I want to say congratulations to all the winners in Racel. We'll play again next week. Don't forget, souvenir stand is open. You can buy hats, T-shirts. Got some driver stuff going on over there, and we're going to have more and more Antioch Speedway stuff as well. But check them out, souvenir stand. When you come in next week, grab a program with 2 Raceso cards attached to it, and you might be a lucky winner. Got Donnie Martin sitting out here. Let me come out here real quick. Donnie Martin, all the giving us. Don't disappear, Donnie. Donnie getting us a lot of all our stories and stuff on the website and Facebook and stuff, doing a great job on that. But, Donnie, you are also back involved in the Hall of Fame, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I just talked to Chris Briggs earlier, and we're going to get together in a couple of weeks, and this will be the 4th year for the Hall of Fame, and we'll see if we can do it a little bit bigger and better and just keep improving on it.
There's got to be a lot of options for people. I mean, we're only in the 4th year, so there's still got to be tons of people that you can add to this Hall of Fame.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. We can go back to the 1960s and like our first champion, Jimmy Stewart, or Snork Wilson, or Tom Abreu. There's a lot of great drivers there. There's a lot of drivers in the 1970s that we haven't even gotten around to, like the late Bob Meeker, Mitch West, Don Robbins, people like that. We just go through the years. There's a lot of choices still.
Now, how do you guys try to do it? Do you try to do someone from each decade, or do you have a criteria like that when you're choosing the inductees each year?
Yeah, well, when I started, I wanted to start with the 1960s and 70s because the priority of the first 20 years. And we've kind of opened it up into the 80s and the 90s. And I think that from the 60s and the 90s is where we're working for the next few years. And there's a lot of people to choose from during that time.
So let me throw one at you right now. Out of the drivers we have today running, who do you see being future Hall of Famers here at Antioch Speedway? You want to name anybody?
You're putting me on the spot here, but yeah, it's not really hard. I mean, Tricky Troy Folger, Kellen Chadwick, Fast Freddie Ryland are three that jump right out at me, and there's a few other ones, but those right out. We don't see them that much lately, but Jim Perry Jr. and the Wingless Spec Sprints and Daryl the Hammer Hannestad. But there's some good drivers that we have out here right now that, I mean, they'll be there one day.
Well, good deal. So Hall of Fame coming up in October.
It'll be October 9th. It's the Donna Soaries, of course, the wife of our former promoter who passed away. So the Donna Soaries Hall of Fame night, I think it's October 8th is the night we'll be doing that.
All right, so what else you got going on around here? I know you've been really busy since you've been back in California.
Well, I moved back here from Oregon. I was working Southern Oregon Speedway for 4 years, and this is my home track since the 1970s. And I'm working social media and doing a lot of articles and just trying to hype up all these great racers that we have out here. So many good drivers, and just give them all the exposure they deserve. So that's what I'm kind of busy. I get busy.
Absolutely. Ladies and gentlemen, Donnie Martin, thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Wade.
And just keep an eye on the website, folks, and the Facebook, and all the stuff you see is going to be mainly from him. Putting on all that stuff. Now the grader's leaving the racetrack. It's time for me to head back in, and we're getting ready to go racing. It is the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks main event. Gavin Griffiths out of Brentwood, California, starting on the point. That 47 car to his outside is going to be Ken Johns, last week's winner in the 32 car. Row 2, Jared Baugh out of Pittsburgh, California in the 07, and the 71A of Fireball, Michaela Taylor out of Oakley, California. Row 3, it's the 2021 champion out of Discovery Bay, California in the 24M, Larry McKenzie, and to his outside, winner of our first race of the year and her first main event win out of Castro Valley, California in the 75 car, Misty Wellborn. In row number 4, it is Jeff Betancourt out of Brentwood, California in the 70S, and to his outside, it's Charlie Bryant, winner earlier tonight in the 11A out of Oakley, California. Row 5, Judy Arth out of Concord, California in the 74A, and to her outside, Jean Haney out of Oakley, California in the 45 car. Row 6, you have Jewel Crandall on the inside out of Antioch in the 3JC, and to her outside, Mitchell Dana out of Sassoon, California in the 66. Row 7, it's James Gracely in the 44G out of Antioch, California, and to his outside, it's Rocky Kujala out of Concord in the 16 car. Row 8, in the 15th starting spot out of Brentwood, California in the 23 car, it's Jess Palladino, and to his outside, Aiden Ponciano in the 225 out of Oakley, California. In our 9th and final row, Shelby Asher out of Antioch, California in a 24JR. And to her outside, Taylor DiCarlo in the 17T car out of Martinez, California. Your starting lineup for tonight, Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks here for their 20-lap main event. Hobby Stocks always putting on a great show here at Antioch Speedway. Gavin Griffiths, first time I've remember him being on the point in a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, as they come around, get on your feet, wave your hands, jump up and down, make lots of noise. Let's give them a big, great thank you for racing tonight. Here it is, the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games. We got everything you want. We know the name. We are the people that can find whatever you may need. If you got the money, honey, we got your disease.
We got some of the best, absolute best hobby stock drivers in the state of California here at Antioch Speedway. And always one of the best fields in the state of California for hobby stock racing. And it's all thanks to you and all thanks to these great drivers and teams. Thanks for coming out. And let's get 20 laps underway. Gavin Griffiths has control of the field. Bringing him into the go zone down there in turn number 3 and 4. Gets down the gas early as he crosses the cone. Coming up off turn number 4. What a great start for Gavin Griffiths. But Ken Johns says, I'm not letting you get away. Down to turn number 1. Ken Johns drives around the outside. But that 47 car put Johns, last week's winner, on the points. Ken Johns, Gavin Griffiths in the second spot. He's now got Jared Baugh to his outside. Larry McKenzie trying to make it 3 wide on the entrance to turn number 3. They close the door. Ken Johns checking out. Jared Baugh in that second spot in the 07. Larry McKenzie up to the third. Michaela Taylor side by side with Gavin Griffiths for that 4th spot. Down the back straightaway. Fireball into that 4th spot. Gets around Gavin. Going into turn number 3. That low side not working real well for the 47 car. Looks like he needs to move up. Misty Wellborn gets slideways. Coming up off turn number 2. Looks like she has damage on her right front. Got into somebody, possibly the Jeff Betancourt car. She has worked her way up to the 7th spot after starting back in, she started 6th, so she has lost a spot. Our leader getting a little pressure from Jared Baugh now, who is getting pressure from, one car goes around in turn 4. That is the 66 of Mitchell Dana. We stay under the green as he gets that car rolling and pass for the lead. Coming through 3 and 4, but Ken Johns drives back around on the high side. Jared Baugh down on the low side. That low side working well for the 07 car. Not a lot of cars working well down there right now. The 07 is. Ken Johns having trouble getting into turn number 3, second lap in a row. And that's going to give the door once again to Jared Baugh. He has the lead at the line. But Ken Johns in turns 1 and 2 working so much better on the high side. He gets back out in front. Larry McKenzie there in the 3rd spot, waiting for them two to mess up. And Fireball Taylor there in the 4th spot. Battle for the lead for the, this time Ken Johns does nip him at the line. But the 07 car working much better on the north end of the racetrack. Ken Johns that time slips up in turn number 2. He's going to fall back. Jared Baugh is our leader. Ken Johns has more trouble in 3 and 4. He loses the spot to Larry McKenzie. He has to work around Shelby Asher. Battle for the lead up off turn number 2 is Larry McKenzie, our 2021 champion. Is right there on his rear bumper. Coming up on the 74A of Judy Arth. Battle for the lead off turn number 2. Side by side. They're going to have that slower car in front of them. Judy goes up high. One car into the wall of turn number 4. It's the 66 car. Dana Mitchell. Judy Arth comes down into our leader, Judy. Baugh. Baugh's got a broken right front. Broken right front suspension on our leader. He is going to be done for the night with that. Put Michaela Taylor on the point. Got the 07 over there. Broken right front after that contact, getting pinched between Judy Arth and Larry McKenzie, the other car involved in that. Coming around, going to get the tow truck out there. working on getting the lineup. Michaela Taylor. Judy Arth getting the lineup set anyway. Michaela Taylor, Fireball. In the 71A, she'll be moving up to the Sport Modified ranks next year. Actually, at the end of this year, after point season is over, she will step into the 71A Sport Modified that Tommy Climans is running right now. She is on the point. Ken Johns in the 32 car. Last week's winner. He was having troubles on the north end of the racetrack. Some reason that car was working pretty well in turns 1 and 2, but got down to turn number 3. As I mentioned earlier, the radiuses on these two ends of the racetrack are different. As we're cleaning this up, folks, I want to make an announcement about next week. We did talk about this a couple weeks ago and I had to postpone it. Next Saturday, we're opening the gates at 3 o'clock and we're having happy hour. We can't tell time around here, so happy hour is going to be 2 hours long. From 3 to 5. $5 beer. From 3 to 5 next week. Down in the beer garden, that's the turn 1 end of things. That's where the beer tent is open, or beer section is open this week. Down on turn 1 end of stuff. The beer garden will open at 3 o'clock, happy hour from 3 to 5 next week. Man, what a deal. $5 beer. Come on out. Happy hour. All right, lineup is set. Give you the rundown. Michaela Taylor on the point. Ken John second. He's going to choose the high side. Nope, he's going to choose the low side. Oh, I'm sorry, Michaela. It's side by side. It's not Texas style. This is hobbies. So Ken John's on the low side because Michaela wanted the high side. Charlie Bryant inside row 2 with Misty Wellborn on the high side. Row 3 is Jeff Betancourt and Jewel Crandall. Row 4, Gavin Griffiths. And Jess Palladino, row 5. Taylor DeCarlo, Gene Haney. Row 6 is Rocky Jalla and Shelby Asher. Row 7, Mitchell Dana and Judy Arth. And at the back is Larry McKenzie after he had to go into the pits and get repairs after that incident involving the other cars in turn number 4. Green flag in the air. Michaela Taylor on the high side. Ken Johns on the low side. Ken Johns, again, we talked earlier during this yellow flag how that car worked pretty good on turns 1 and 2, but junk at turns 3 and 4 earlier in this race. See how he does this time. Enters a little bit different. Michaela Taylor working high line. Here comes Misty Wellborn. She's battling for second. Looks to the inside of Ken Johns off turn number 4. Nothing doing. Looks back on the inside in turns 1 and 2. Misty Wellborn in that 75 car. Charlie Bryant back in the 4 spot. 5th, Jeff Betancourt. Battle for second in turn 1, 3, and 4. Again, Ken Johns just not handling well on the north end of the racetrack. That 32 car. He keeps losing ground. Misty now sets her sights on Michaela Taylor. Fireball on the points. Taylor with about a 2.5 car length lead going into turn number 3. Taylor spins out right in front of the field. Misty Wellborn on the point now. Yellow flag is out as Misty takes the lead after Michaela Taylor. Fireball spins out all on her own in turn number 4. That car just slowly looped around. She was much lower than she was the lap previous on the middle off of 3 and 4. Not sure if that had something to do with it. Not as much grip down on that low side. But she was all by herself. The 2 laps before, she was running higher. Misty was catching her, putting on some pressure. Got the lineup set. She just got down there in 3 and 4. About the time she's probably getting back on the gas, and that thing loops around. So Fireball now at the back of the pack. Misty takes the high side, puts Ken Johns down on the low side. Charlie Bryant, Jeff Betancourt, row 2, row 3, Jewel Crandall. Jess Palladino, row 4, Taylor DiCarlo, Rocky Kujala, row 5, Mitchell Dana. Larry McKenzie, row 6, Gene Haney, Judy Arth, row 7. Green flag in the air. Oh, 2 cars, Charlie Bryant, Jewel Crandall get together. Coming up off turn number 4. They go sliding into the infield. They straighten it out and keep on going. Gene Haney down to the back of Jewel Crandall. Crandall's got something wrong with her car. Right front flat on the Jewel Crandall car, I'm hearing over the radio. Battle for the lead up off turn number 2. It is Misty Wellborn trying to take home her second win of the year and of her career. Coming up off turn number 4, Misty Wellborn puts another lap in the books. Ken Johns in the second spot. Jeff Betancourt third. Fourth, Larry McKenzie. Fifth, Charlie Bryant. 6th is Jess Palladino. 7th, Rocky Giala. 8th, Taylor DiCarlo. 9th, Mitchell Dana. 10th, Michaela Taylor. 11th, Judy Arth. Then Gavin Griffiths, Gene Haney, and Shelby Asher rounding out your field. $14 laps down, 6 to go. 5 to go now. 6 to go. 6 to go. 14 down, 6 to go. 1 car in the infield. That looks like Mitchell Dana again. Now Misty Wellborn coming up off turn number 4 to put lap number 15 in the books. 5 to go. She's got about 4-car length lead right now over Ken Johns. Ken drives into turn number 1 deep that time. Makes up a little bit of ground, but I think that the end of the racetrack has worked out well for him. Shelby Asher getting lapped. She's holding her line. Misty Wellborn goes right down on the bottom. Misty running a 74.462 mile an hour lap. That's 18.13 seconds. 3.5 laps remain in this 20-lap main event. Rocky Kujala pulling off the racetrack. Something wrong with the 16 car. 2 to go. Judy Arth leaving the racetrack. Gavin Griffiths coming to a stop. Nope, he pulls to the infield. He's having trouble. Gavin Griffiths, leader, into turn number 3. Coming to white flag. Oh, we got Charlie Bryant coming to a stop on turn number 2. That's going to bring out the yellow flag. Not what Misty wanted to see. Charlie Bryant not wanting that either. Going to get them lined up. It's going to put Misty Wellborn and Ken Johns on the front row again. Rocky Kujala talked to him on the pre-race show, leaving the racetrack. Not sure what happened there. Going to be a green-white checkered. See if we can push the 11 car. Gavin Griffiths waiting to cross the track. He's out of this main event. Lineup is set. Misty Wellborn, Ken Johns. Left her flat on the 47 car. Michaela Taylor is going to be penalized 2 positions for jumping this last restart. Misty Wellborn on the point. Ken Johns second. Can Misty Wellborn make it 2 for 2 or a second win on the year? once she won that first one, I think she's going to ring off a whole bunch of them. That's a fast race car and a fast race car driver. Did not make the last race, so she's 1 for 1 so far on the year. Going to be a green-white checkered. Missy Wellborn has control of the field. Ken Johns to her inside. Lights going out and going green flag racing next time by. Misty Wellborn control of the field. Larry McKenzie has climbed his way back up to the 4th position after being starting dead last couple restarts ago after issues with a couple other cars. Had to go to the pits. Misty Wellborn. Again, the cone, the orange pylon down there on the exit of turn number 3, somewhere between there and the exit of turn number 4 cone. That's the go zone. Misty coming up off turn number 4. Green flag in the air. Ken John spins his wheels a little bit on that low side, down the front straightaway into turn number 1. Misty Wellborn on the point. Ken Johns falls in line. Down the back straightaway into turn number 3. Going to get the white flag this time by. Misty Wellborn sliding it through turn number 4. Sees the white flag one more time around. Ken Johns in 2nd. Larry McKenzie 3rd. Jeff Bencourt 4th. 5th. Michaela Taylor 6th. Taylor DiCarlo. Then Jewel Crandall. Jess Palladino. Mitchell Dana. Gene Haney and Shelby Asher. But coming across the line, taking over 2nd win, it is Misty Wellborn. Larry McKenzie, I think, got 2nd over Ken Johns, waiting for official word. Then Jeff Betancourt and Michaela Taylor. But give it up for Misty Wellborn heading down for victory lane. Misty going to go over the scales. I'll go down them so much better fast. Thank you, sir. As Misty getting across the scales. Just a reminder, folks, as I said a few minutes ago, we're going to have happy hour next week. Gates are going to open at 3 o'clock and down on the turn 1 in the beer tent down there. We're going to have happy hour, $5 beer, between 3 and 5 next Saturday night. Thanks to Tina and Chadwick. All right, she was excited last time. Is she going to be excited this time? Let's find out, ladies and gentlemen. For the second time, 2 for 2 on the year. Give it up for our winner, Misty Wellborn. Your second one, Misty. Misty, I think I mentioned to you, if you win one, you're just going to keep on running it, and you are on fire.
Oh my God! I did this!
Yeah, the first one wasn't a fluke, was it?
No! I had so much pressure on me to
I talked to her earlier tonight, folks, and she said she was nervous. And you didn't show it. You did a great job.
Thank you. I have fans.
Let her hear you, folks. All right, so you had to hold off Ken Johns the last couple restarts. You did a great job on your restarts. Who taught you how to do those? I mean, it's a game when you're doing those restarts.
Well, my heat race, I finally jumped, and that's what I was told to do because I suck at starting. And so I'm always scared I'm going to break the rules and whatever. I did it. I don't know.
Who do you want to say thanks for getting out here?
Oh, my goodness. My husband, he gives me the best car in the world, and Travis Dutros teaches me how to drive. Nick DiCarlo sand one of my tires today. That was awesome. And, you know, my parents, Pacific Coast. Oh, my God. I can't believe this is real. I'm in shock still from the last one.
Hey, Misty, I think you need to get a little excited here. I mean, you just won.
Oh, my gosh. All spec body. I need sponsors. This is very expensive. But my pit guy, Devin, it takes a team of us. And I just want to make them proud. And I want to keep driving the car, so I have to do what he wants me to do. I did it!
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, give it up for Misty Wellborn. I don't know. I wish she wouldn't be so calm, cool, and collected on that. Misty taking home win number 2 on the season. In dominant style, getting out front. Holding off a very strong Ken Johns on a couple restarts and through the green flag racing there. Up next, IMCA Modifieds get off for the main event. IMCA Modifieds getting ready for their main event. Starting lineup on the point. Out of Oakley, California to 228, it's Jeff Brown. Outside the front row out of Brentwood, California to 2C, Trevor Clyment. Row number 2 out of Rio Vista in the 78K, Kenneth Robles. To his outside winner earlier tonight in the heat race out of Oakley, Buddy Niss in the 28K. Fifth starting spot out of San Pablo, the U81, Bobby Motts. To his outside, Tricky Troy Folger out of Oakley, California in the 49 car. In the 7th starting spot, inside row 4 out of Oakley, California, winner last time out in the 83, Kellen Chadwick. To his outside, winner Reek Wynn. Out of Martinez, California in the 17, Nick DiCarlo. Row 5, Aaron Crowell on the inside out of Oakley, California in the 29C. To his outside, Sean Wilson out of Oakley in the 7 car. Row 6, Terry DiCarlo Sr. out of Martinez, California in the 17T. To his outside, his son, Terry DiCarlo Jr. out of Martinez in the 17JR. And at the back of the pack, our long haul award winner tonight out of Oroville, California in the 22L, it's Chris Lewis. As they come around, ladies and gentlemen, get on your feet, wave your hands, your hats, jump up and down, make lots of noise. Give it up for the IMCA Modifieds. Jeff Brown now making the call. Actually falls to the back of the pack. So that moves Kenneth Robles up to the point. Trevor Kleiman's on the outside of the front row. But Robles, in his rookie year in a modified, on the point, coming up off turn number 4. Coming to the green flag. Trevor Kleiman's on the high side. Gets to the start-finish line first. Down to turn number 1. That high side pays off. Buddy Niss already up to third. Working around Tricky Troy. Troy trying to shoot the middle right there. Crosses over 4 wide, coming up off turn number 4. 3 cars piled up at turn number 3. Sean Wilson involved over there. I think it's Jeff Brown and Jeff Brown involved. The 7-car Sean Wilson started that. The 22L also involved. That is Chris Lewis. Sean Wilson getting the credit for that one. Trevor Kleiman's on that high side, had a great start. Started at the same time as Kenneth, but got to turn number 1 first. And checked out. Sean just looped it around all his own. Underneath another car. Sean Wilson spinning over in turn number 4, collecting Jeff Brown and Chris Lewis. Trevor Kleiman's is our leader. This is the first night Trevor stayed up front when he got picked up there. First couple nights of racing. Working on getting Tricky Troy, Kellen Chadwick, and Bobby Mott's all lined up in the right order. There we go. Lineup is set. So it is Trevor Kleiman's, Kenneth Robles, 1 and 2. Buddy Niss, Tricky Troy Folger, 3 and 4. Kellen Chadwick, Bobby Mott Jr. Then we got the Nick DiCarlo car, Aaron Crowell, Terry DiCarlo Sr., Terry DiCarlo Jr., Jeff Brown, Chris Lewis, and the Sean Wilson cars. Rounding out your field, Texas-style restart. Trevor Kleiman has control. Kenneth Robles puts Buddy Niss down on the low side. Buddy had a strong car earlier, handily holding off Tricky Troy Folger. Trevor. Little gamesmanship on the restart. Buddy Niss had to get on the brakes. Tried to guess when Trevor was going to go, and he didn't go. Trevor Kleiman's on the point. 3 wide coming up off turn number 4. Trevor Kleiman's, Kenneth Robles, Tricky Troy Folger, Kellen Chadwick, Buddy Niss now back to the 5th spot. Nick DiCarlo, Terry DiCarlo. 1 car spins, Bobby Mott Jr. in turn number 2. Yellow flag back out. Sounded like Bobby Motts and Nick DiCarlo got together. Racing incident down there. Two laps down, 20-lap main event for the IMCA Modifieds here tonight. Thanks for tuning in to Antioch Speedway TV. Thanks for everyone that's here in-house. What a great-looking crowd we have tonight. Thanks for coming out. Thanks to our infield officials. Thanks to our pit area officials. Thanks to Fabulous Bob up on the flag stand. Rich, race director. Andrea, timing and scoring. The Hulkster, Kevin, running the camera. Larry Adams doing all the producing stuff that he does do. Tina and Chad Chadwick, our promoters. Thank you for tuning in and being here at Antioch Speedway and on Antioch Speedway TV. Lights out, going to the green flag. Trevor Kleiman's looking to take home his first win in the IMCA Modifieds. See how he starts it this time. Goes hard. Green flag in the air. Tricky Troy tried to guess when he was going to go and snuck way down low. Kleiman through turns 1 and 2 with the advantage coming up off turn number 2. One car almost into the fence in turn 1. I think that's going to bring up the yellow flag once again, as that car has come to a stop and not moving. That is the 228 of Jeff Brown over there in turn number 1. So going back to the previous lineup, did not get a lap in that time. Waiting to hear if anybody saw what happened. Jeff Brown back in the pack on the restart. He just went down to turn number 1 and suddenly got on the brakes and shot up the hill. Hulkster, good eye catching that. Not sure if he's got front end suspension damage of some kind. That right front's not looking very good. Getting the hook over there. As they get the car on the hook, give you the rundown once again. Trevor Kleiman's, Kenneth Robles, Tricky Troy Folger, Kellen Chadwick, and Buddy Niss. Then we got Nick DiCarlo, Terry DiCarlo Sr., Aaron Crowell, Chris Lewis, Terry DiCarlo Jr., Bobby Motts, and Sean Wilson, your running order. Can I give a shout out? I thanked all the officials and stuff. I do want to say thanks to the DNF crew. White Bronco, the Jeeps and stuff down there. As you can see, they place their vehicles in between where the wrecked car or out of service car is and the oncoming traffic in case something happens. Protect our workers. Again, next week, 3 to 5, happy hour. Gates open an hour earlier for happy hour. $5 beer down at the Turn 1 beer stand. Come on out for happy hour. Yeah, we can't tell time. 3 to 5, that's a little more than an hour. That's okay. Got the car off the racetrack. Going to turn out the light this time by, I believe. Fabulous Bob holding that flag up in the air, the magic flag. Lights out, looking at coming around. Trevor Kleiman has control of the field. Green flag in the air. Climbs down to turn number 1. He's got Tricky Troy Folder down on the low side. Kenneth Robles holding off Tricky Troy Folder, who dives down on the inside, dives deep into turn number 3. Does Tricky Troy. Side-by-side battle for the lead up off turn number 4. Clemens. More momentum on the high side, gets to the start-finish line first. He bobbles in turn number 1. That opens up the door. Give it to Tricky Troy on the point for the first time in this event. Crossing the line, 4 down, 16 to go in this 20-lap main event. Battle for third right now with Kenneth Robles and Kellen Chadwick. Kenneth, what a great opportunity for him, being a new modified driver, to learn running with Trevor Clemens, Tricky Troy Folder, Kellen Chadwick, Buddy Niss, Nick DiCarlo in there. 5 down, 15 to go. He's sucking up some information right now, I would imagine, with Kenneth Robles. One card, Terry DiCarlo Sr., leaving the racetrack, having troubles with that 17T. 6 laps down, 14 to go. 20-lap main event. Kellen Chadwick now up to second. He slides up the hill, gets over the cushion, almost off the wall, opens up the door. Trevor Clemens passes him. Nick DiCarlo's right there. Meanwhile, Tricky Troy is checking out. He's got a half a straightaway lead right now. 7 laps in the books, 13 to go. 20-lap main event. Battle for third. Nick DiCarlo on the low side. Kellen Chadwick, last race winner here at Antioch Speedway. Kellen trying to work that high line, keep the momentum, but he's got Trevor Clemens right there. Clemens, once again, there's a bump there in turn number 1 that Clemens has hit twice now that I've seen, that has upset his car to the point he loses positions, the lead the first time. Kellen gets around Trevor and Nick and then slips up in turn number 4, opens up the door. Nick's back on the low side. Tricky Troy almost into the turn 2 wall on the exit that last time by, as I continue watching that battle for second. We're halfway done, 10 down, 10 to go. It is Tricky Troy Folder, Kellen Chadwick, Nick DiCarlo, Trevor Clemens, Buddy Niss, Kenneth Robles, Aaron Crowell. We got Bobby Motts and Chris Lewis beating and banging. They're the next 2 in line. Then Terry DiCarlo Jr. Sean Wilson comes next. He just got put a lap down. Tricky Troy got him on a straightaway by himself now over second place. Coming up off the line. 12 laps in the books. 8 laps remain according to my unofficial counts. Kellen trying to get around Sean Wilson in that 7 car, so he can try to track down Tricky Troy. Troy working the low line on the north end of the racetrack. Puts lap number 13 in the books. Kellen now finally gets around Sean Wilson down the front straightaway. Nick DiCarlo's going to have to work on him next. Sean is not a slow car by any stretch of the imagination, so they'll have to work to get around him. 14 laps in, 16 to go. Got some debris I'm hearing on the racetrack somewhere. I didn't hear where it was. Front straightaway, we got some debris down there. Carl's coming out. Oh, got some plastic debris and some metal debris I'm hearing. Carl picking up a piece of metal and also picking up someone's bumper. Working on getting the official lap count for you. Tricky Troy not wanting to see that yellow flag. That's going to put Kellen Chadwick right up on his rear bumper, along with Nick DiCarlo. Those 2 cars, Chadwick and DiCarlo, are winner the first 2 races of the year here at Antioch Speedway. Kellen takes the high side, puts DiCarlo down on the low side. Buddy Niss, Trevor Clemens, row 3. Aaron Crowell, Bobby Motts, row 4. 13 down, 7 to go. Tricky Troy coming up off turn number 2. Or excuse me, turn number 4, matches the gas. Green flag in the air. The battle for second down to turn number 2, or 1. I'm getting into the corners. Kellen uses that high side, keep the momentum up. Trying to stay out in front of DiCarlo, but he pushes up the hill in the middle of 3 and 4. He's going to lose the second spot and open up the door for Buddy Niss for the third. Closes that door. Coming across the line this time, it'll be 15 down, 5 to go. This 20-lap main event for the IMCA Modifieds. So you got Tricky Troy Folger, Nick DiCarlo in second, Kellen Chadwick third, Buddy Niss fourth, fifth. Battle between Trevor Climans, who has it. Bobby Mott Jr. is right there. Aaron Crowell's right there. Chris Lewis comes next. 16 in. Behind Chris Lewis, it is Terry DiCarlo Jr., then Sean Wilson, and Kenneth Robles at the back of the pack now. No one able to keep up with Tricky Troy. DiCarlo slips up the hill this time. He was trying to work on the low side. Got on the gas, and that car pushed like a dump truck up the hill on the exit of turn number 4. 17 laps down, 3 to go. Two to go signal at the starter stand. Again, DiCarlo having problems on the exit of 4. Opens up the door. Kellen down on the inside. Side by side for second. Coming up off turn number 2. That 17 car having trouble on the north end of the racetrack. White flag is out for our leader, Tricky Troy Folger. DiCarlo able to hold off Kellen. Coming up off turn number 4 that time. Kellen down to the inside into turn number 1. Does not get up side by side with him this time. DiCarlo gets down low. Coming up off turn number 4. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Tricky Troy Folger taking home the win. Nick DiCarlo second. Kellen Chadwick third. Buddy Niss fourth. Trevor Climans fifth. Bobby Mott's going to be sixth. Seventh, Aaron Crowell. Eighth is Chris Lewis. Ninth is going to be Terry DiCarlo Jr. Kenneth Robles is going to spin. 10th will be Sean Wilson. 16:54 and 81.620 mile an hour lap, that last lap. Head down for victory lane. Tricky Troy working his way around the victory lane. He's so fast, he's beating me to victory lane. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Tricky Troy Folger. Getting congratulations from Kellen. All right, first of all, congratulations on the win, but also congratulations, you got a little bun in the oven, I hear.
Yeah, we announced it last week. We went to Mexico for a week, and couldn't be happier. Thanks for my wife for putting up with all this, and happy we're going to have a little girl, so it'd be awesome.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, on to the race now. I'm smelling brakes. I don't normally smell brakes on these things. You were hard on them tonight?
Oh, yeah, definitely. The racetrack was pretty good. It was really technical. You definitely had to get along the brakes really good down here to stick the bottom really good. And then down here on the top, it was, you had to get up on the steering wheel. It was a good racetrack. It was definitely 2 lanes, and you can't ask for much more than that.
This racetrack, it looks symmetrical. It's not. The ends drive different. You look like you were having some of the best luck. A lot of cars had trouble in 3 and 4. What was going on down there?
Yeah, like I said, you just really had to slow the car down and catch up a little bit of moisture down there and keep the car straight. And if you got it out there, it kind of killed your exit. But can't thank everybody that helps me out, all my guys, Brett and Mike and Devin and Bill and everybody that helps out with this thing. And my wife for putting up with all this, and I support everything. And thanks for the fans for coming out. Hopefully we put on a good show for you guys.
All right, Tricky Troy Folder, give it up for him. Taking home a win. First one here at Antioch for 2022.
Thank you.
All right, we got 3 down, 1 to go. IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds up next. A beautiful night for racing here at Antioch Speedway. Starting lineup for the IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds tonight. 20-lap main event. Our 2020 champion, Tommy Frazier, the Iceman, out of Antioch on the point, out in the 12 car. The 6 car of Dylan Conley out of Antioch, outside the front row. Starting third, Jason Ryan Jr. out of Oakley, California in the 52. And the 38 of Casey Keller out of Tracy, California. Fifth spot, it is a crash. Chuck Golden out of Pittsburgh, California in the 3 car. To his outside, Tommy Clemens out of Oakley in the 71A. Mark Garner starts 7th out of Antioch in the 76A. And the 127 of Jacob Mallow Jr. out of Oakley starting in the 8th spot. Kid Smooth out of Oakley in the 15P starts 9th. Andrew Pierce and Chester Niss. Buddy Niss out of Antioch in the 28K starts 10th. 11th. Well, the winner, last 2 times out, Fast Freddie Ryland out of Brentwood in the 7J, and Jeremy Hoff out of Copperopolis in the 5 car. Row 7, Tyler Brown out of Oakley in the 325, and the 82 of Joe Salvi out of Modesto, California in the 14th starting spot. 15th, Nicholas Zapatero in the 27Z out of Antioch, and Kelly Campanelli out of San Ramon in the 2 car. 17th, Matt Pitts out of Rodeo in the 16, the 97 of the Squirrel, Breach Owen starting 8th out of Antioch, California. 19th, Jake Betancourt out of Brentwood, California in 29B. And Nick Kaufman out of Richmond in the 32 car. And in our 11th and final row, Kenny Strader out of Pacheco, California in the 188. And to the outside, Joseph Paudo out of Oakley, California in the 28P. That's your starting lineup for tonight's IMCA Northern Sports Modified main event, 20-lap main event for these cars. Ken the Iceman, Tommy Frazier take home his first win of the year. Can Andrew Pierce, who finished 2nd a couple weeks ago, come up and take the win. Chester Niss. I said, buddy, it's Chester Niss instead. Chester Niss out of Antioch in 10th. Can he do it? Can Fast Freddie Ryland make it 3 for 3?
Time to play the game. Time to play the game. It's all about the game.
As they come around, ladies and gentlemen, get on your feet, wave your hands, jump up and down, make lots of noise. Give it up for the IMCA Northern Sports Modified.
Gonna make it. I am the game. You don't wanna play me. I am control. No way you can shake me. I am heavy debt. No way you can pay me. I am the pain, and I know you can't tame me. Look over your shoulder, ready to run like a Cleveland bitch from a smoking gun. I am the game, and I may lose. So move on out, or you can die like a fool. Try to figure out what my move's gonna be. Come on over, sucker, why don't you ask me? Don't Won't you begin? There's a price you can pay. 'Cause I am the king and
Lights out. We're going green flag racing this time by 20-lap main event for the IMCA Northern Sports Modifieds. The Iceman Tommy Frazier on the point. Dylan Conley to his outside. Row 2. Jason Ryan Jr. and Casey Keller. Row 3. Chuck Golden. And Tommy Clemens. Green flag in the air. The Iceman comes up off turn number 4. Oh, we got him piled up already. In turn number 4. Fast Freddie Ryland involved. The 325. .325, Tyler Brown deep into the back end of Fast Freddie Ryland. Going to be a complete restart on that one. See if Fast Freddy and Tyler Brown can get going again. Here you go with the radio. A couple cars actually locked bumpers before the race started. Beautiful Saturday night. Let's take a look at our schedule coming up. Coming up next week, the IMCA Modifieds are going to be back. The IMCA stock cars are going to be here. The Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks will be here, and the Super Stocks. On the 16th, hey, folks, kids, come on out on the 16th. We're having an Easter egg hunt, Easter weekend. WMR Midgets are going to be here. The mini stocks will be back. The Wingless Sprint cars are going to make their 2022 debut. And the Dwarf cars are all going to be in the house. That's on April 16th. Again, Easter egg hunt coming up on the 16th of April. April 23rd, the Wingless Sprint cars are going to be in the house with the IMCA Sport Modifieds. The Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks and the Delta Dwarf cars all on April 23rd. And the first trip of the year for the Monster Trucks. That's right, coming up on April 30th and May 1st, it is Monster Trucks. 2 nights of Monster Truck action here at Antioch Speedway. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be a great time. Monster Trucks, you can even ride along. Those things are so cool. I got to do that last year, and it's a lot of fun. Ride along in a Monster Truck and then watch them take to the racetrack. Mother's Day, it is going to be on May 7th, the minivan races, along with the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, and the IMCA Stock Cars, all on Mother's Day weekend. And, of course, don't forget, folks, if you're a mom and you have not raced before, you can't be an experienced racer. You got to be a newbie to racing. Get yourself a minivan. Go check out, go hit up the local wrecking yards and say, hey, can I borrow a minivan for a race? And put their name on the side and then give it back to them when you're done. And you don't have to worry about getting rid of it. It's already set up for you. A lot of the local wrecking yards are already set up knowing that people are going to be coming. So get yourself a minivan, moms, and come out and go racing on May 7th. Great time last year on that. Then on May 14th, it is the Contra Costa County Fair. After a couple years of no-go because of COVID, we are having the fair. And we're going to have a Destruction Derby on May 14th. That's right. For the first time in many years, since I've been here, long before I got here, we're actually having a Destruction Derby on May 14th. Fast Freddy's rolling. He's going to go get something looked at real quick. On May 21st, it is the Wingless Sprint cars going to be in the house, IMCA Stock Cars, the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks, and the Delta Dwarf cars, all on May 21st. May 28th, that is Memorial Day weekend. IMCA Modifieds are in the house. IMCA Sports Modifieds, the Extreme Limited Late Model Series, a new series. put together by Mike Slaney and some folks, and sponsored by Mike's company, Extreme Scaffolding. Extreme Limited Late Model Series coming to the house on May 28th, along with the Super Stocks. On June 4th, it's the IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sports Modifieds, IMCA Stock Cars, and the Delta Dwarf Cars. On the 11th of June, it is the WMR Midgets, the Hunt Magneto Series, wingless sprint cars, the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks, and the Mini Stocks. The 18th of June, the Lightning Sprints, the wingless sprint cars, the Extreme Limited Late Model Series, and the Delta Dwarf Cars. And then the first time of 2022 for we're going to have two different events this year. First one, June 25th, it is the Flat Track Motorcycle Races. Had a lot of fun at that event last year. Look forward to them being back. And on the 4th of July weekend, we are going to be dark. No races that weekend. Going to take the weekend off and enjoy the 4th of July weekend. That is the schedule leading up to the mid-season break. Got the lineup reset. We're going to wait on the 325 and the 7J. Nope, Fast Freddy is back. Fast Freddy's going to have to follow the back because he did leave the racetrack. Getting the lineup set, waiting for a couple more cars. I got one in the pit exit, or pit entrance, excuse me. Pit exit. Track exit. Track entrance, one of those places over there. Hey, big shout out, Pacific Coast General Engineering. Thank you very much for your sponsorship. Also, General Plumbing Supply Company out in Brentwood for all your plumbing supply needs. Give them a hit. General Plumbing Supply Company in Brentwood. McCauley's Agricultural and Pest Services. They do lawn and tree care. Weed spraying and pest services, McCauley's Agricultural and Pest Services. O'Reilly's Auto Parts, thank you very much. Delta Transmission, Delta Drive Lines. Or your transmission work, give a Delta a call. Delta Transmission, Delta Drive Lines. C&J Favalora Trucking, thank you very much. Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream. Great ice cream. You got to love it. Polar Bear Rolled Ice Cream out there in Oakley. Print Club here in Antioch. Give them a call for all your printing needs, and Cresco Equipment Rentals of the Bay Area for all your equipment rental needs. Coming around, green flag flying. We are racing for the 20-lap IMCA Northern Sports Modified main event here tonight at Antioch Speedway. Coming up off turn number 2 down the back straightaway. Dylan Conley, Iceman, Tommy Frazier still side by side. Frazier with a slight advantage now coming up off turn number 4. Conley falls back to second. Dives into turn number 1 nicely, gets to the high side. These two ends of the racetrack normally drive different, but tonight definitely a whole lot different. As Conley losing ground once again on the north end, but makes up a lot of ground on the south end of the racetrack. Frazier on the point. Dylan Conley second. Casey Keller in the third spot. Kid Smooth Andrew Pierce in the fourth spot. Jason Ryan Jr. fifth. Sixth is Jacob Mallet Jr. Seventh is Tommy Climans. Eighth is going to be Jeremy Hoff. Ninth, Chester Nist. 10th, Kelly Campanelli. Then Kenny Schrader. Then Matt Pitts. Fast Freddie Ryland. Nick Kaufman. Tyler Brown. I believe we're 3 laps in. Casey Keller works his way around Dylan Conley. Chuck Golden having trouble in the 3 car, not running as well as he was in that new race car. Went out to Indiana to pick, or out Midwest anyway. I know they went to Indianapolis and went to the Speedway over the winter, him and his son. Golden is having all kinds of trouble on that end of on the north end of the racetrack. Looks like something might be broken on that car the way that thing's handling. Possibly rear end damage on that car. Battle for the lead coming up off turn number 2. Casey Keller down on the low side. Tommy Frazier on the high side. Keller, he's going to pick up the lead coming up off turn number 4, but Frazier gets a good run down the front stretch. But Casey Keller is our new leader. Tommy Frazier second, Andrew Pierce third, Jacob Malama Jr. fourth. Joe Salvi having a problem down the front straightaway, gets it going again. Kid Smooth down on the inside of Tommy Frazier. Battle for second through turns 1 and 2. Frazier trying to hold him down to pin him down to keep that momentum up. Or kill his momentum. Frazier struggling on that high side. The high side not working at all on the north end of the racetrack, turns 3 and 4. Casey Keller is our leader. Andrew Pierce is second. Jacob Mallet Jr. up to third. Tommy Frazier falls back to fourth. Got one car around in Dylan Conley in turn number 3. Yellow flag is out. Get you official lap count here momentarily. If you're in the house here and you bring an FM radio, you can always listen on the headsets. 93.1 on the FM dial. Here in Conley spinning by himself down there. North end of the racetrack, turns 3 and 4, causing a lot of problems for a lot of people here tonight. Casey Keller. 9 down, 11 to go. Casey Keller, Andrew Pierce, Jacob Mallet Jr., Tommy Frazier, and Jason Ryan Jr., your top 5. Then we have the 188 of Kenny Schrader, Jeremy Hoffman, the 5 car, Fast Freddie Ryland. Back up to 8th, 9th, Chester Niss. 10th is going to be Tommy Climans. 11th, Kelly Campanelli, Nick Kaufman, Tyler Brown, Matt Pitts, and Chuck Golden. Then we have Jeff Betancourt. Jake Betancourt, excuse me. And Bree Troen. And the last row, Joe Salvi and Pato. Lights out and going green flag racing right now. Jacob Malva Jr. spins the wheels, gets sideways. Coming up off turn number 4. Stays in it. Jason Ryan Jr. trying to get underneath Andrew Pierce for that second spot. Down into turn number 1, nothing doing. Now here comes Jacob Malva Jr. Trying to drive around the outside in 3 and 4. Does so. Picks up the second place. Trying to high side in turns 1 and 2. Battle for the lead through turn 1 and 2. Put Jacob Mallet Jr. up on the point. We are halfway done. 10 down, 10 to go. Coming around to complete lap number 11 in this 20-lap main event for the IMCA Sport Modifieds. Casey Keller's car suddenly not handling the way it was a few laps ago. Andrew Pierce trying to get around Casey. Pierce had to get on the brakes a little bit. He got that one spot down there in turn number 1. It seems to be upsetting a lot of cars when they hit it. Right there at the color change in the racing surface. 12 down, 8 to go. 1673 on the stopwatch. 80.693 miles an hour that time. Jacob Mallet Jr. Tommy Climans leaves the racetrack. Leader coming up on the slower car of Chuck Golden. Golden goes high. Jacob Mallet Jr. goes low. Clears him. Battle for second side by side with that aforementioned Chuck Golden car. 14 laps in, 6 to go, according to my count. Put Andrew Pierce up in front of Casey Keller, but Keller drives back on the inside. They're not letting Jacob Mallet Jr. get away. I think Jacob Mallet Jr. has a much better car through 3 and 4. I think that's where he's really beating him. He's on the north end of the racetrack right now. Battle for second continues. Casey Keller still on the low side. Andrew Pierce on the high side. Going to put lap number 16 in the books. 4 to go. Andrew Pierce almost on the rear bumper of Jacob Mallet Jr., but Mallet has a great run off the turn. Picks up a car length. Here comes Casey Keller. They got a slower car up in front of them. Got to work around Joe Salvi. 17 in the books. Casey Keller now on the inside of 127 with the nose. Has to close the door. Pierce falls back into third. Casey Keller's car seems to be working better now. 18, 2 to go next time by. Cars getting together. Fast Freddie Ryland involved. Kenny Schrader. Chester Niss over there. Tyler Brown. Leaders. Got a new leader. Casey Keller on the points. Sees the white flag. Andrew Pierce second. Jacob Mallet Jr. back to third. Here comes Pierce. He's got Chuck Golden right in front of him. Battle for the lead. Pierce has to get off the gas. Now he goes down to turn number 3. They touch going into 3. Andrew Pierce on the low side. Casey Keller coming up off turn number 4. Give it to Andrew. Casey Keller. Andrew Pierce second. Jacob Mallet Jr. third. Jeremy Hoff fourth. Fifth is going to be, I believe, Tommy Frazier. But give it up for Casey Keller holding off Kid Smooth. Casey Keller taking home the win here tonight. Holding off a hard charging Andrew Pierce. Our last race of the night is over. The IMCA Northern Sports Modified. Casey Keller took home the win. A fierce battle between the top 3, Casey Keller, Andrew Pierce, and Jacob Mallet Jr. Casey Keller, Let's talk to him in victory lane. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Casey Keller. You had to work for that, man.
Yeah, man, guy, there's such a good group of drivers in this class, man. It's not easy.
I don't know what it was with turns 3 and 4, but people were struggling down there. How were you doing down there?
You know, 3 and 4 was difficult. That's where I would get people on me the most. 1 and 2 I could pull good out of. This turn over here, yeah, it's a little bit difficult, but just had to make sure you hit those marks every time and do it right.
How'd you end up getting the lead back from Jacob Mallet Jr.?
You know, I don't know. He was up top. I was running the bottom. Andrew was right at my door. You know, all 3 of us just going for it, and I went in hard on the bottom because I knew I had to do something pretty soon. And I'm not quite sure what happened on the top, but I came out of turn 4 here, and he wasn't above me, so I just kept it planted.
That was one of the places a lot of people are having trouble on the top side, especially the second half of the race. All right, I want to tell you, you owe Chuck Golden a beer.
Why is that?
Because Andrew Pierce had a run on you like nobody's business coming up off turn number 2 on the last lap, and he had to get on the brakes to keep from running over Chuck.
Yeah, I knew he was there, and I knew I'd be all right out of this turn, but I kind of thought Andrew might have been better in this turn over here. And I saw Chuck, and I just went up right to his door, so there's no way around it.
Well, congratulations. Who do you want to say thanks for helping to get out here?
I can't thank my family enough. My mom, my dad, my wife, and little boy are back there in the pits. They're who make this possible. Kieran Wright, huge sponsor on this car every single year. Can't thank them enough. Yeah, they make this deal come together.
Ladies and gentlemen, our winner, Casey Keller. All right, let's slide on over here. And Andrew Pierce, come on out here, if you would, real quick. Hey, not a bad run. Not a bad run at all.
Almost.
Almost. I think you might have had him. You had a heck of a run coming up off turn number 2 on that last lap, and you had a slower car in front of you.
Yeah, no, I thought we were pretty good. I thought we had a chance at it. Lap cars, they were tough. Jacob had the lead, and I think he lost it to lap cars. But me and Casey never gave up on him, and we got by him, and I don't know, Casey just got the better of us. We raced all the way to the checkered. I think that was a pretty good show.
You guys, the three of you, put on a whale of a battle all race long. That looked like it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, no, the track was good. The racers are good. It's a good show.
Who do you want to say thanks for helping to get out here?
My dad, my mom, F&D Motorsports, ASI, Kellen Chadwick Motorsports, Bobby Hogue, Andy Eckridge, Paul Guglielmone at Vaca Valley, Pacific Coast. There's just a ton of guys that help out on here that does a lot for us. Stites Towing. It goes on and on.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for second place finisher, Andrew Pierce. Kid Smooth. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, Jacob, come on over. Jacob Malla Jr. You got up front, you led for a while, and then what happened?
Well, center in a little bit too hard there in turn 3 and jumped the cushion a little bit, but, you know, it's racing.
That cost a lot of people tonight. That turns 3 and 4 looked like it was tough.
Ooh, it was really bumpy, but it sure was fun, though.
You had a great battle, the three of you, through the last half of that race. How fun is that in a race car when you're like that?
Oh, my God, it's awesome. Having racing like that, going 3 wide for the lead, there's slide jobs and all different lines and all that. It's a great time.
There in the center when you were winning the race, you were getting through 3 and 4 better than anyone else at that point. Did the car go away, or was it just the fact that you made that one mistake and that cost you?
I think it was that one mistake. I was getting too greedy with that corner, threw it in, and just lost it.
All right, who do you want to say thanks for helping you get out here?
Oh, definitely my mom, my dad, everybody at Ryland Racing to get this all car together. Severn Metal, DeCarlo Racing Products, Ace Hardware, let's see, and R&J Landscaping.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for our third place finisher, Jacob Malla Jr.
Thank you so much.
Jeremy. Let's talk to Jeremy Hoff real quick. Sure I get a good shot. Hey, welcome to Antioch. Good to see you.
Yeah, it's good to be back. It's been a while since we've been here, and it was a pretty racy track tonight. I was pretty excited, excited to come back and see where we ran so much. We kind of laid off and stayed home for the past couple seasons, fighting some other cars. We went back to one of the older cars. It was a better piece, and put together a decent night. I was pretty happy to come to 12th with an older car and just working on new stuff. Can't thank everybody for coming out.
How did your car handle on the north end of the racetrack, turns 3 and 4?
It was, that's the most challenging part over there because it's so hard to get through. You're really trail braking the car, trying to keep it square to still get forward drive off. But I felt if I hugged up towards the wall coming off exit, I got a lot of forward drive off the moisture. It wasn't quite enough to catch these guys from so far back. But maybe next time we want to start so far back, we'll have a good run at it.
All right, well, good job tonight.
Thanks, sir. I'd like to thank Olson Racing Engines, Forbidden Motorsports, Twisted Motorsports, Twisted Shock Service, Copeland Family, Young's Ace Hardware, Prominent Mortgage, Payless IGA, Bradley and Brown Realty, my wife and son for coming out, and my dad for always helping me get this hot rod together. And, hi, Mom. See you at home.
Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Jeremy Hoff. Congratulations, sir. I love your town up there. I finally made it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, another night of racing here at Antioch Speedway is in our belts. What a great night. Absolute blast. And I want to thank you for coming out and being here in the stands. Those of you here, those of you watching on Antioch Speedway TV, thanks for tuning in. As IMCA Modifieds, IMCA Sport Modifieds, the Pacific Coast Hobby Stocks, and the Super Stocks all put on a great shows here tonight. And we're going to do it again next week with the Modified Sport Modifieds. The Super Stocks are going to be back. And we're going to have a lot of fun. You don't want to miss it. Again, next Saturday night, happy hour, Saturday afternoon, 3 to 5. Gates open an hour early. Beer down there, $5 can be yours. You just got to come out from 3 to 5, $5 beer for happy hour at the Beer Garden over here in the Turn 1 end of things. That was a great night of racing. The track was tricky. It brought the drivers out and put on a great show. Thanks for tuning in. I want to say thanks to the officials of the DNF crew, Fabulous Bob, Rich, Andrea, Hulkster, thank you very much, sir, up there on the camera. Larry, thank you very much for getting all the producing stuff you do. Chad and Tina Chadwick, thank you very much, and for everybody that's a part of this show. And thank you all fans for coming out on this beautiful Saturday, man. Couldn't have asked for better weather and better track conditions. It was a great night. And we will be back. Keep an eye on the Facebook. Antioch Speedway by Promotions. Also, Antioch Speedway TV on Facebook. Donnie's putting out some great content on Facebook and on the website's www.antiochspeedway.com. Thank you very much for Donnie Martin for that. And keep an eye on Wiley's Race Report, Facebook and on YouTube for this week's edition of Wiley's Race Report. And I look forward to seeing you back next Saturday here or on Antioch Speedway TV. Until then, I'm Wiley Wade. Thanks for coming. Good night, everybody.